Howdy hey folks. Sorry that we're merely doing another evening stream, although we are starting early evening. It's only 4:30 rather than the all-day stream I promised. But yeah, we are jumping right back into the 0 to Platinum Dark Souls Remastered run that I started last night. So let's go ahead and jump right in. We left off at the Sunlight Altar bonfire, having just leveled sufficiently to get our faith to 25 so we could join that covenant and get the lightning spear miracle, which we will be making fairly heavy use of throughout the run. It's really good. My headset's a little on the loud side. That's better. Hi, DLF. Stay a while and collect souls. Well, maybe. Although the hope this go-round is actually to do as little farming and grinding as possible. Now, if you're going for a platinum run or an all-achievement run, that's still a pretty large amount. This is purely just to establish a better run point, where it's starting from here to get to the newest door that we can unlock is we're significantly less likely to get killed by the dragon coming out of this exit. It got pretty dark here. Like, not dark, but it kind of looked like it was. Trying to think of how exactly to identify. Like it was about 20 minutes before sunset, like actual sunset below the horizon. You know, like that part of a sunset where the sky is that nice orangish color. It got about that dark here. Surprised me. I expected less than that, actually. Just hustle out of there, because he will breathe his fire again, but coming from there, we've got plenty of time to get out of the way without it messing with us. So we used the basement key here, which we found behind the big gate right in front of the church in the Undead Parish. That has opened this door, which is ultimately going to take us into the lower Undead Burg, where we will have the thieves and the dogs to deal with, among other things. Before we do anything else, let's go open the shortcut back to the upper Burg. First of many instances where this game's map just really cleverly connects back to itself. Wow. Really? Where did... I'm curious where this guy came from. Not this guy, the other soldier. He must have heard me on the stairs since I was and come out of the residence. Kill those guys just because they were a bit aggroed. I'm not super good at timing the dogs and avoiding damage, so I'm gonna have my shield out here, play it a little bit safer. Try and get him in range one at a time. Obvious operative word being try. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Fuck me. Really didn't think I had aggroed the third one. Caught me off guard, almost killed me. Keyword almost. We're okay. So, let's, that done. Let's go rescue Griggs. And chat with him. Someone left us a message about him. Like I said, the only thing I wanted to do last night that I messed up on that actually matters is getting the gargoyle tail axe, but wouldn't worry too much yet. We have 2 more shots at it in Orlando. If I also miss the second chance, I will probably cheat just a tiny bit and back up my save so that I don't lock myself out of the achievement or lock myself into a much harder version of it. Because of course you can always start another New Game Plus round and go and try to do it there. And you know, maybe the tails aren't too bad in New Game Plus, but I'm also not going to fight everything in New Game Plus. So
please let me out of here. Somebody, anybody, help me. Unlock the door. Damn, I'm finished. How did this ever happen?
I mean, we'll largely cross that bridge when we come to it, but it is worth thinking about. Like, I didn't care about the gargoyle axe because I have more than one chance at it, but if there's anything I only have one chance at per playthrough, I'm thinking I will probably back up the save, even if it is technically a little bit cheating. Alright, let's chat with Griggs.
Brilliant. You opened the door for me. Thank you. I'm saved. I thought I might never escape. I am Griggs of Vinheim, a sorcerer of the school. I am much obliged for your assistance. Thanks to you, I may now resume my travels. Oh, hello. I'm fine. I will rest a while, then return to Firelink Shrine. I have my sorcery, and I will be more cautious next time. Besides, I have an important task at hand. Oh, hello. I'm fine. I have my... Besides...
Okay. Always roll when you're near an NPC and you need to break a barrel. You would not want to inadvertently attack them. So here we get the Sorcerer set, Hat, Cloak, Gauntlets, Boots, as well as a Sorcerer's Catalyst. So if you don't start as a particular spellcaster class, you have to go out and find the various casting catalysts, or buy them from the merchants that sell them. But, you know, you find the Talisman right in Firelink Shrine, and Petrus also sells one. You don't find a sorcerer's catalyst until here. You can buy one from Rickard of Vinheim in New Londo if you know where he is. And the Pyromancy Flame, of course, you don't get until you get into the depths and rescue Laurentius. If you don't start as a pyromancer, which we did not, but we've got 2 out of 3 now. We've got our canvas talisman that we started with for miracle casting, and we have a sorcerer's catalyst. So let's look at these new items we picked up. The sorcerer hat worn by proper sorcerers who studied at Vinheim Dragon School. The majority take pride in having studied at the academy and look down on breaking the formal dress code established for sorcerers. Cloak with the same text, gauntlets with the same text, and boots with the same text. And we also got our Sorcerer's Catalyst. Let's look at that. Sorcery Catalyst used by sorcerers of Vinheim Dragon School. Equip Catalyst to use sorceries. Attune sorceries from a scroll at a bonfire. Most sorceries have limited number of uses. Alright, so, don't sleep on Torch Hollows. These guys will fuck you up if you are not careful and you don't respect them. Again, obviously they're pretty poor on the defensive side. Most of the time they'll die in one attack from us, but they start landing their, particularly any of those like really flaily combos. You saw that guy do running up the stairs. That will wreck your health bar in a hurry. One of these guys can kill you all on his own if he chains together one of those combos. Dark. True enough. Secret ahead. That's a lie. So you can see a bunch of these guys. Let's do our best to pull them out one at a time. I don't know if we can actually do it, but that would be best. Starting to get a good feel for the range on the Uchi too, which is good. And we get our first twin humanities. I should have got one when I messed up the end of the Bell Gargoyle fight last night, but because I managed to lock myself out of actually getting the 2 items, I didn't get them. So, twin humanities. Rare tiny black sprite found on corpses. Very unusual twin humanity. Used to gain 2 humanity and restore a large amount of hit points. This black sprite is called humanity, but little is known about its true nature. If the soul is the source of all life, then what distinction is left for humanity? And I just realized I forgot to make my Discord announcement. Let me do that right quick. There we go. Love that you showed up even without me making the announcement, DLF. I appreciate that immensely. Alright, so we're going to have our first run-in with a new kind of enemy now. We're going to fight, I think they're just called, I think they're called Hollow Thieves. They might be called Assassins, I don't know. But there's a way to cheese these guys. Be wary of critical hits. I'm not sure if we can do it with the Uchi, but I'm going to try. Yeah, you can kill them without triggering the ambush, or you can at least damage them before they pop out, like I managed there. Make things a little easier. Even better if I could actually get him to come out. That's alright. Dash attack's pretty good about that, so I'm just going to watch behind me for the doors to pop open. As soon as they do, and there's a little delay on it too, so like I'm going to take a step. I'm going to have my shield up too. There we go. Oh no! Ah, he should have died when I caught him fucking healing. That's some crap. Ah! Yeah, see? Those guys are rough. Although the, something didn't... The math didn't math for me when, that one dude, didn't die even when I managed to punish his heal, but that's alright. I'll stay after it. Come here, you. Ooh, what a drop. A cracked round shield. This will not be worth using, although it is the first one we found. Oh, I need to do my bottomless box next bonfire. I've got a dupe item. Round wooden shield, cracked and nearly broken. Wood shields are lighter than metal shields, but this one has lower physical damage reduction stability, partly due to cracking. Hey, Lone Wonder, how are you, my friend? I got killed by the thieves, although I don't think it was entirely my fault. Something weird happened. But that was my first death tonight. I got, and maybe it was karma. I tried to cheese him. You know, I tried to... Oh shit, someone's coming. I hear him. Yeah, this fucker. Where did you come from, dude? Anyway, I tried to avert the ambush by hitting him through the door, and I'm gonna do it again. I forgot the 2 hands, so I couldn't one-shot them, which was the problem. But anyway, one of them took a swig, and for all intents and purposes, like, I didn't see his health bar go back up. It looked like I hit him in time, but apparently he did in fact finish the drinking animation, and he parried the attack. It was pretty much over at that point. I'm real bad at timing the dogs, so generally, even though I could, I think, one-shot them with a two-hand. I don't want to essentially guarantee that I'm going to take those hits. Alright. So, we died, like, inside his little ambush hut. I might be able to aggro him out one at a time now, because the doors are open. That would be awesome. If so. But it looks like not. Looks like not. So, we're just gonna have to... Oh, come on! Let him get the backstab. While I was fishing for a backstab, it gave him one. I really don't want to lose these souls, so... Going in there is really dangerous, but... I'm back up enough to heal. Looked alright. I really... Oh, come on! Ow! I'm still, like, staggered from countering the first one. And then another one just rolls up and gets the backstab. I wonder. Oh shit. Ugh. Lost track of the third one. I'm gonna die again. There. Okay, how did that happen? Because the same attack killed one of them while it triggered the parry and riposte animation from the other. That's something I've never seen before. Okay, he's in parry mode, so I'm gonna wait till he drops out of it. Finally! Oh my goodness. A front butt stab. Okay. Let me... I'm doing well, Lone Wonder. Thanks for asking. It's good to be back. How are you, my friend? Oh, I already asked and you already answered, but you're good too. Anyway, let's get the mail breaker. Never seen anybody try a run with this weapon. I mean, I feel like everybody's done a challenge run with every weapon at this point, probably. Just never seen it. Standard small thrusting sword. Unsharpened but pointed solid shaft can pierce tough armor. Can be thrust using the weight of one's body and is very effective for critical attacks. Alright, so we're gonna have basically the same thing again. We're gonna have 3 thieves pop the doors in these buildings and ambush us. Unlike the first set, you can't get close enough to try and avoid this ambush. It's gonna come. What you do really want to be careful of is not to try to avoid aggroing either of the 2 dogs that are there even further back. Alrighty. Now, don't relax yet, because, like I said, we got 2 dogs down at the end that will see us and aggro from distance. One. And there's the other. Alrighty. Out of danger for the moment. There's a little bit of looting to do. A large soul of the lost undead. And some armor we're actually going to get quite a bit of use out of is the three of these pieces, the thief mask, the black leather gloves, and the black leather boots, I'm going to use for pretty much the rest of the game. And we'll be improving them as much as we can throughout the course of the run. Lightning Spear, it's pretty darn long range. I don't know exactly, but... and the only piece of that armor that we're ultimately going to sub out is the chest piece. We're going to wear the Shadow Garb from the Shadow set instead, but... we're going to wear these. So the Thief Mask, Mask of Sinners. They hide their faces, stifle their voices, and hide in the shadows. It does not provide much in the way of defense. Yeah, but it's better than the nothing I'm currently wearing, as you can see. The black leather armor, it's actually lighter, and it improves my physical defense against slash and thrust, although it's a little worse against strikes. A little less magic and lightning defense, but it's lighter, which is important as well. That's a big reason for using it. Keep your load light. This armor made of smooth black leather is extremely quiet, a good thing for those who hide in the shadows. The leather itself is thick, offering a decent level of protection. Black leather gloves are heavier, but they're an improvement in every defensive category. These gloves made of... Okay, that's the same text as the armor. And then, oops. Let's put those back on so we can run the compare. So again, actually weaker physically, but better magically. So who knows exactly how the algorithm chooses these things, but that text is the same as well. So yeah, we've got our black leather set on now. Looking a bit more stylish, if you ask me, relative to the weapon choice we've made in particular. Oh, and we also picked up the target shield. Small round metal shield, 4 protrusions used to parry attacks. Small shields are always less stable, but landing critical hits after parry is easier. This shield is specialized for parrying. Alright, so we are not going to fight Capra just yet, but because we do need to be alert to the 2 thieves down here. Be wary of shortcut. That's their way of letting us know that back here, of course, is in fact another shortcut. This one back to Firelink Shrine. Be wary of left. Thank you, kind stranger. That's a good message. Because there he is. Asshole. Get up here. Come on. I always forget it's a 2 combo thing. Alright. Hi, Karis. How are you? Welcome in. Good to have you. So here we have another large Soul of a Lost Undead. There's the door to the depths. Obviously, we don't have the key yet. We have not fought Capra Demon. Alright, so here is the undead female merchant. She's pretty important. She sells the moss clumps. The only other way to get them is to painfully farm them in the Darkroot Garden. So I'm gonna talk to her. I'm gonna...
You still have your senses about you. Then why won't you buy some of my moss? I need your souls. This is a wonderful place, don't you think? We have water, moss, moisture, these nice iron bars. I like it here, I really do. Nothing good ever happened to me in life, but now that I'm undead, I've never been happier. You come to this land at a bad time. There were nothing but hollows in these parts, save for me, of course. You're undead too, aren't you? You be careful then. Go down along the side to reach the depths of the undead Burg. Only unkempt crooks and liars to be found there. Hardly a place for a lady like myself. But who knows? Maybe you'd fit right in. So you've come to this land. They're enough, you're right.
Alright, so we're gonna buy at least one of each moss, again, just as kind of an emergency, and not as an emergency backup. We want one of each moss because each one is worth trading with Sparkly, and we're gonna go back to the, we're gonna do the Undead Asylum revisit pretty early in this run, so it's by one blood red moss clump. Medicinal red moss clump reduces bleeding buildup. Bleeding builds up when attacked by sharp blades or spikes, and once triggered causes severe damage. Use this moss clump before it reaches this point. So I can't remember which one it is. I think it's actually the blood red, but you can trade a single blood red moss clump, which you'll note costs 300 souls, to Sparkly the Crow, and in exchange you will get 2 purging stones, which are the the item, the only way other than visiting Ingrid to cure a curse. And a purging stone costs 6,000 souls here, and it costs 3,000 at Oswald. So if you're willing to make just, basically watch the cutscene and go to the asylum and trade with Snuggly, you can get a purging stone at 150 per just by running the trade. It's a really good thing to do. So let's buy one of those. The purple moss clump. Medicinal purple moss clump reduces poison buildup, cures poison. Poison builds up in the body, and when it breaks out, it causes gradual damage over a period of time. Poison can be exasperating, so be certain to carry the needed quantity of these moss clumps when destined for an afflicted area. And the blooming purple moss clump. Potently medicinal moss clump with a flower. Reduces poison and toxin, restores status. Toxin is a more vicious form of poison which quickly leads to death. Moss clumps without a flower are useless against toxin, and the lack of these moss clumps could lead to an early demise. So buy one of those too, because...
Come again, if you please.
Sparkly has very worthwhile trades for all 3 of those items. So now we're going to go open the shortcut back to Firelink. I think I'd like to rest there as well. It is a much easier run back in the event the Capra Demon kills me. A reasonably likely event. Always worth killing this guy just because the rats have such a high drop rate on humanity. Remember. Ah, shit. I hate it when they fight you on this stairway. The wall just makes it so dangerous. Why the hell would you do the 180? Target the guy behind the stairway instead of the one right in front of you, lady. Holy mackerel. Okay, we're fine. Alright, so since we rescued Griggs, he'll be here at Firelink now. We can pay him a visit.
Oh, hello. I regret meeting you under such compromising circumstances. At least we both made it back unscathed. Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece. And pray that you never go hollow.
So that's all he'll say to us until our intelligence is at least 10. Once we get it that high, he will start selling sorceries. It's actually possible to even kill myself doing the parkour. So pop a quick rest here. Since we're back, I'm going to talk to Crestfallen Warrior as well.
Why, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. but it's going to be suicide.
So you say, bucko.
What's wrong? Get a bit of a scare out there? No problem. Have a seat and get comfortable. We'll both be hollow before you know it. Well, what are you going to do? I've already decided. I don't really care. I'm simply crestfallen.
Tiff, hello! Welcome in, Raiders. So good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. You all know Tiff, I'm sure. I think everyone who I already had in here is a regular, so I don't need to re-educate you on who she is. She's wonderful. If you're not following her, fix that mistake. How was your stream, Tiff? Miles Morales, right? Hi, Tara. Good to see everyone. Welcome, welcome.
How did that nutty sorcerer make it back? Unexpected. But I suppose stranger things have happened. I'm not...
For all he angrily, annoyedly tells us he's not up for chatting, he has a lot to say. Things are good. Things are good. I just got the urge to do a 0 to platinum run of Dark Souls, which I've never done before, so that's kind of my stream project that I'm hoping to finish over the next 3 weeks before Talos Principle 2 comes out on November 2nd. So that's what I'm up to. Other than that, just working and enjoying the fact that it has finally turned cold. We got our first freeze a few nights ago, so all the bugs are dead. My dog is really happy. She's very furry, so she loves it when the weather gets colder. So since we rang the first bell, if we come in here, we can hear this weird snoring sound. Yes, hockey season has begun. And, with a 1-game sample size, I am pleased with this iteration of Colorado Avalanche. How's Ottawa look? I mean, obviously it's very, very early to try and say anything about how your team's going to be, but it was a good game 1. I'm excited for game 2 tonight. And I think if San Jose is terrible and we're still the Stanley Cup favorite, you gotta be careful in those kinds of games, because those are the kinds of games where, a key guy will get injured in the second or third game of the season and then miss the rest of the season because of it. Alright, so we made that little bit of parkour, no problem. We're gonna get up to the roof of this building here. And so we've got the Undead Asylum F2 West key. Key to the iron bars on the west side of the second floor of the North Undead Asylum. The Undead Asylum is a giant undead prison segmented by countless iron bars. But even if a hero found a key in Lordren to liberate this prison, would he have the means or the heart to ever come back? Well, I'm friends with that giant bird over there. Alright, well thank you for the raid, Tiff. I really appreciate it. Glad you had a good stream. It's always good to see you. If you time the roll properly, you can get back here. It's not a big deal if you fall off that little roof, though. You can get back to this point easily enough. So, of course, the way back is simply to head to the bird nest, curl up into a ball. Now, in the Prepare to Die edition, you had to wait an entire 30 seconds. I think they made it a little bit shorter for Remastered, but we'll see. We are, generally speaking, a little weak to be here at this point, but we'll be able to bull our way through it with a combination of lightning spear and some good old backstab fishing on the Black Knights. I'm sorry, I made a categorically false statement earlier. I confused the red moss in my mind with the red eye orb. It is the red eye orb that you can trade for 2 purging stones, which is still definitely worth doing, and so here we're going to use Lightning Spear on these hollows, because you can see by the fact that the HP pool is 341, these guys are sick. Well, that's not the HP pool, that's just how much damage my lightning spears do at 25 fate with a canvas talisman. But these guys are way higher level than anything we've fought so far. It pays to be safe, especially because we're just rolling through there to functionally to get to a another bonfire anyway. Now sometimes, I don't know if I can't remember. There's Sparkly in Demon's Souls. There's Snuggly in this one. I don't even remember the names of the ones in Dark Souls 2. I feel certain there have to be some in Dark Souls 3, but this is either Snuggly or Sparkly. Sometimes you have to quit and reload just to get them operating in the first place.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
But if you hear that dialogue when you approach the nest, you're ready to go. The way to trade is to find the item you want to trade, drop it, and then just quit and reload again. So we dropped our cracked red eye orb. And in exchange...
You, give me warm, give me soft.
We get 2 purging stones, which, you know, unless I do really poorly, that should get me through the game. I have 2 emergency backups, which should hopefully be enough. Hopefully you never get cursed at all, but obviously you can't rely on that. So the Purging Stone is an ash-colored stone encasing a skull. Secret treasure of Arstor, the Earl of Kareen. Reduces curse buildup and breaks curse. Humans are helpless against curses and can only redirect their influence. The Purging Stone does not dispel curses, but receives them as a surrogate. The stone itself was once a person or some other being. And since Snuggly or Sparkly, whichever one this is ready to trade again, the Blood Red Moss Clump actually gets us a Twinkling Titanite, which is still, I hope this is obvious to oops, forgot to do the quit and reload. Obviously thinking very clearly today. I hope it's obvious to you that a red moss clump for a Twinkling Titanite is definitely a worthwhile trade.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
I believe a purple moss clump also gets us a Twinkling Titanite. We'll find out. Oops.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
Yeah, that's another Twinkling Titanite. And then Blooming Purple Moss Clump. Will give us 2 25 nights.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
Yeah, that's 2 Twinkling Tight Nights. And then lastly, we'll trade the, at this point, lastly, I can't remember, well, I think we're going to be back later, but at that point it will just be to trade with Stugly, because as difficult as it can be, we're going to clear the rest of the Asylum on this visit.
Warm, give me soft.
So that rubbish can be traded for a Titanite chunk, which is obviously worth doing, because the rubbish has no other purpose. So those 4 hollows are still dead, which is good. We're going to have 2 more pretty aggressive hollows up here. Or, they're, I don't know why I said aggressive, they're the normal AI package, they're just high level. Needs 2 lightning speeds, though. But I am going to rest at this bonfire. The second. At this point, by the way, if you walk through the middle of the floor where we fought the Asylum demon, you will fall and enter the fight with the Stray demon. I don't want to do that just yet. Let me access my bottomless box here, because I still think at this point it's just the one broken straight sword is the only dupe I've found. Double check, because by way of keeping track of my collection. Armors. Yeah, we're looking good on that front too. Okay. Alright. Next up is a Black Knight. He's up where the archer was the first time we were here. Try and get past him, so that we can fight him on the balcony outside, where we first learned to dodge, but he's not making that very easy for me. I may have to try parrying him. I can't get around him. Not parrying, friend. Maybe that attack is not parrying. No matter. Hey, Alex. It's good to see you. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Welcome. I didn't even land one. Alright. Well, the fact that I can't land one, I hate to say it, boys, it's official. It's time for parry practice on this Black Knight. Okay, too late at that time. There's one. Hi, Kirky. Hey, Reaper. I'm good. How are you guys? Don't fear the parry. Fuck that clown. Eat shit. Alright. Red Titanite chunk. Titanite chunk for weapon reinforcement. Red Titanite has powerful fire energy, reinforces fire weapons to +9 and chaos weapons to +4. With the discovery of chunks in Lordran, the race to dislocate the legendary slabs has begun, but could they be mere myth? I'm gonna say no. Alright. we've got another fairly unique encounter coming up. Unfortunately, our good friend Oscar has gone hollow while we were gone. He's another one that's good to do parry training on. It's just with him, it's slightly more advantageous. Both to have this bonfire as the respawn point, as well as to actually fight him out here. So he is parryable as well. Let's see if I can do it. I even did it, and then I just forgot right back. I'm an idiot. Back up. Let's heal. Let's try this. Alex, thank you so much for the reset, by the way. It's much appreciated. Come on. Well, I am trying to get good. Nice fat rolls, Oscar. Sun praise at a time. You're darn tootin'. Alright, so that's the crest shield. That's a really solid item. It's got I think it's got 100% physical damage resist, so we found a few shields that do at this point, but it's also got 80% magic damage resist, which I think is by far the most we've seen so far. Shield of a Nameless Knight, likely a high-ranked Knight of Astora. One of the enchanted blue shields, the crest shield greatly reduces magic damage. We're actually going to be putting that on. We're going to use it for a hot minute. Because the magic resist, as well as the 100% physical resist, is very helpful to us. Right, now we'll rest. Oh, you finished a platinum run of Human Revolution? That is fun. I got that one when I played it back in the day on the old channel. But that was a fun one. I love that game. Human Revolution's great. All right, so the oops, wrong way. I'm going upstairs first. So I'm gonna go fetch the rusted iron ring next. And then we're gonna go downstairs, fight the other Black Knight, get the peculiar doll. Then we're gonna wrap it up by taking on the Stray Demon. So don't forget this trap is rearmed. We'll go off again. The dash attack on the Uchi is just so awesome. But, seeing as it's still just at +5, I need to be two-handing it if I wanted to one-shot these guys. So one thing, it's not really come into play yet, but it's going to when we fight the Stray Demon for the first time. We're going to be relying pretty heavily on proccing the Uchigatana's bleed effect in order to take down a lot of the bosses during this run. Because a lot of the bosses are actually vulnerable to the bleed effect, and most of the ones that aren't are conveniently vulnerable to our lightning spears instead. Alright, come here, you. Alright. So this is the door that the Undead Asylum F2 West key opens. Now, I don't think there's anything through here except for one of the best items in the game, the rusted iron ring. This iron ring was used to shackle the guilty. It is terribly rusted and faintly stained with blood. Those who find this strange ring to their liking will be pleased to find it easier to gain footing on poor ground such as swamps. Alright, so at this point, I want to kindle this bonfire here, which means I'll need to use 2 humanity. Because I will probably need to... The likelihood of me getting the stray demon on the first try is very low, and I will want the 10 Estus for it. So that's reverse hollowing. We can level up again. I'll take endurance this time. Raise our equipment load and our stamina a little bit. Lone Wonder, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it immensely. Like I said yesterday, you are by far the longest running member of my community, the most stalwart. I appreciate that very much. So let's kindle this up so that we can get our 10 Estus charges. Now, before we, you want to kill these two before you drop down and start the stray demon fight. If you neglect to, they will drop down and harass you while you're trying to deal with this guy. So, let's start. What we want to do is kind of bait him out into the center, so he's not so close to a wall. We really do want / need there to be some space behind him. That's the attack that is most likely to end us. If you see him prepping that, just give him a really good, respectable distance. Other than that, though, we just kind of want to... try and hit him. We want to... You can see we're doing very, very little damage with our actual, basic attacks. The way we can do this, like I said, is to get some hits together rapidly enough to prompt the bleed effect. Like I just did, you saw a pretty dramatic amount of damage suddenly prompt there. Uh-oh, fatty. That was close. It's almost in the damage range for the spell there. I'm too focused to look at chat right now, but y'all better be making ass punching jokes. Oh, see? I told you. All it would take was one hit of that attack and I'd be done. It's also why you need to stay behind him. That attack is just so hard to time right and dodge from the front for some reason. Alright. Down we go once again. He one-hit me with a sneeze. That is so painfully accurate. Alright, I gotta get in the way. Alright. It's not a big deal if I lose those souls. I'm not too worried about it. I didn't have any health humanity, so it's a good thing that was the case. Because yeah, like if you can't get him to walk out away from that wall, the fight is just, it's exponentially more difficult. Like you said, the sneeze one hit, and the truth is, like, in terms of, whatever you might say the developer's quote-unquote intended progression route is. Like, there's no doubt we are attempting this fight early. Let's heal. I'm actually not certain that's a one-shot if I'm at full health. That is. Don't worry, we'll get good. It'll just take a few tries. As is so often the case, right? Can obviously one-shot us if we're not, at least if we don't use our shield. Now I noticed that, oh wow, no stagger, huh? Okay. I noticed that these guys are not quite getting one-shot even if we two-hand, so we might as well play them a little safer. Stray Demon got out of bed to I'm trying to do a high-level fight. It's definitely my decision to be struggling. Okay, there's the sneeze. If we're behind him, though, that attack usually won't wreck us. Our goal, then, is always to stay behind this digbag as best we can. Animation on the spell is the thing that kills me the most often, I think. When he does like the forward point instead of the ground stab, that one. So the wind up is slower, but the attack is the same. There, finally proc complete. Yeah, like, I have to be kind of aggressive if I want to do any reasonable damage at all. Because the only way I really hurt him at this point is by proccing the bleed damage. No. Whew! I went the wrong way. It's much better to be, rolling, I guess, counterclockwise around this guy. Naturally, he tries to switch that up. I'm just starting to think I should roll a little less. Save my stamina for hits. That's the only way to get the bleed attack going. Don't you block me. Whew. He's trying to pin me between him and the wall there. That would have been ugly. Can't take away my backside real estate. That's where disaster's born. Alright. He's almost dead, but as you can see, he has unfortunately backed all the way into that wall, so I'm going to have to bait him out again. I think that's enough space. Got him! Get good, scrub! So we get a humanity and a homeward bone. We get 20,000 souls, but the real and most significant reward is, of course, a Titanite slab. A guaranteed Titanite slab. One of the most important items we can get if we are trying to platinum this game. So, Titanite slab for weapon reinforcement. Legendary slabs were the domain of the gods. Reinforces standard weapons to plus 15, and crystal or lightning weapons to plus 5. Legendary slabs are the heirlooms of a nameless blacksmith deity who forged the weapons of other gods. Weapons forged with this slab become rare legendary weapons. Alright, so... we've got one more Black Knight to kill and the Peculiar Doll to grab. I lost my bearings, but one thing I've also realized about the way these games are designed that I didn't notice until embarrassingly recently is that FromSoft actually does a pretty good job marking where their ladders are with torches. Oh, I just don't feel like being on camera today, but I do feel like streaming. I could interrogate why, but I don't really care. Alright, so we're gonna parry train on this guy as well. Even if it doesn't go well, necessarily. I need to be working on it because it's the it's the cleanest way past the Anne Orlando archers. So it's something you need to be good at because this is not going to be the last time we fight a beefy enemy in a narrow corridor that we can't really, you know, circle around, we can't really backstab fish. The good news is we're in because of this layout, we're in very little danger of losing our stray demon souls. I wonder if you just can't parry that thrust. Better than you thought, huh? Save manager. Yeah, I was talking earlier, like, I'm after all the achievements, of course, like I said, and I missed the Gargoyle Tail Axe last night. I don't care at this point, because there are 2 more shots added in Orlando, and, you know, at least 3 more shots if you count New Game Plus, although so many things are so much harder to do in New Game Plus that I don't really, I don't want to take that risk of leaving it that long if I can help it. Alright, so let him do his run. Now, realizing I can't parry the thrust, I'm not going to try. Why didn't you riposte? Get good, scrub. Alright. Just the red Titanite chunk. But since we left, the Peculiar Doll has appeared in our cell. This will allow us, of course, to access the painted world of Ariamis. A strange doll in strange dress. There once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. But anyway, I realized I was rambling a little almost, but when it gets to the point where I only have one more shot at something I need, like, say, Priscilla's dagger is a good example. Or I get to the third gargoyle, it's my last chance for that. You know, before the gaping dragon, because I need the dragon king great axe. Like, I will probably do a save backup before any event that does have an achievement dependent on it that I only get one shot at. Alright. Now we are gonna schlep all these souls back to Lordran. Kill these two the old-fashioned way, and then the 4 high-level Tortados, they are just so dangerous, and we are carrying so many souls. I am going to lightning spear them once again. Shit. Sometimes your attempt to be cautious does in fact. Oh, I know. Lautrec and Solaire destroyed both Bell Gargoyles themselves. I don't think I damaged them once. I was trying so hard to get around them to do the tail cut, and I literally never got a single clean shot at it. Alright, so we are schlepping these souls down to Andre. Enjoy the good summons while they last. Hey! You respect Solaire's name. He is never not a good summon. You understand me? Also going to go ahead and deal with the Titanite demon behind Andre at this point. We're going to use our stray demon souls to make a few purchases from him. No respect for Lautrec. Well, but I mean, he does give us the universally agreed upon best ring in the game. actually do sprint faster two-handing your weapon when you don't have your shield out. If I'm actually paying attention, they feel about the same. So we are going to fight the Titanite Demon. It's pretty safe and easy to Lightning Spirit. If it does kill me, I would rather do it at range so I can pick all these souls up. But if you stay at a good distance, it usually won't do anything except cast its own very dodgeable lightning spells at you. And you can see at 25 phase, like, this miracle just does insane amounts of damage. Down he goes, no problem. It's 2,000 souls, but far more importantly, we get our first Demon Titanite. Special Titanite stolen from a faceless stone beast known as a Titanite demon. When the nameless blacksmith deity passed, from several slabs great beasts arose. The power of Titanite remains within them, and they still roam Lordran today. So now we'll go visit, I'm actually going to swap out the short bow. I don't know that we're ever actually going to use it again, but there's some places ahead that call for a blunt weapon. And some crush damage. So we're going to throw our mace back on.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged? I know little of the those.
Okay, so at this point, we're going to purchase. I don't quite have enough to do them and the crest, but we're gonna purchase the 3 smith boxes now. So the weapon smith box. Tool used to etch Titanite into weapons for reinforcement. Rest at a bonfire to make weapon reinforcement possible. Armor smith box. Tool used to etch Titanite into armor for reinforcement. Rest at a bonfire to make armor reinforcement possible. And the repair box. Specialized mortar used to repair weapons and armor by grinding repair powder. Rest at a bonfire to make weapon and armor repair possible. Repair powder is fragile and cannot be taken along. So we're left with just not quite enough souls to buy the Crest of Artorias. But that's okay. That's not our next step anyway. We have weapon upgrading to do. I'm going to buy a total of 13 Titanite shards at this point. Don't worry, Andre sells unlimited shards. And at this point, I'm going to reinforce the mace up to +5 as well. +1, +2, +3, +4, +5. Actually gonna do some armor reinforcement too. Thief mask to +1. Black leather armor to +1. Black leather gloves to +1. And black leather boots to +1. Not quite done with the twinkling Titanite we've collected so far. We can also upgrade our crest shield to +3. And I actually want to take it to +4.
Neither of us.
The limiting factor turned out to be souls, so let's use some soul items. We don't have enough to go far, just it's 2,000, right? So I only have the really small ingots left, but
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
yeah. So this will tap us out of Twinkling Titanite for now, but we want the crest shield at +4. The shield upgrades the main thing they do is I think they up some of the resistances when you use the
Don't get yourself killed.
Twinkling Titan
Neither of
upgrades
us
on.
want to see you go hollow.
It's like the let me just look at the none of the resistances have actually visibly gone up. That's alright. I think the stability does go up, which is more important, so let me grab a swig of water right quick. We are going to take a little spin through part of the Darkroot Garden. At this juncture. The mace +5, there are a couple of reasons it's useful. I wouldn't do it. I would consider it a waste of materials if not for the fact that in order to get the upgrade path achievements, you have to do so many weapon upgrades anyway. But given that you have to upgrade at least 10 different weapons all the way down the game's various upgrade paths in order to get 10 achievements, there's no reason to hold off upgrading weapons, even in these early stages. And as it so happens, a mace +5 makes these stone giants trivially easy to take down before they can even pop a single attack off. It's glorious. So we're gonna kill the 4 ants and activate the secret bonfire. That's our first move here. Not me. A couple of purple stumps, that's not too bad. Alright, so light this bad boy up. As so often the case, our first move here is going to be to hop to humanity and kindle. So that is the two-hand strong attack on the Uchi. The wind-up makes it impractical in a lot of the situations, but when you're dealing with these guys before they're able to surprise you, that even with the giant wind-up on that attack, it works really well and does pretty beefy damage, as you can see. Total of 3, ready to ambush you the second you pick up the item in the middle. Might as well get 3/4 of their health bar on before the fight starts. Makes perfect sense to me. In the middle, it's just a large soul of a nameless soldier. It is not a super valuable item by any means. But we are picking up everything. That is what we do. Alright, let's go right first. Helpless trees and the frog monsters behind them. Weed whacker move, indeed. there's our first green blossom. That's a pretty neat little item. Green weed, shaped like a flower. Temporary boost to stamina recovery speed. This uniquely bitter, biting herb is sometimes harvested in large quantities, but normally it is an annual plant found near water. We'll head down here. Another, like, these enemies are so weird to me because they don't respawn. So, like, I think the word for the non-respawning monsters is mini bosses, right? So these things are technically mini bosses, but you can stand like right next to them, as close as I was, point blank range, and they're literally helpless. There's nothing they can do to you. I find them a very strange enemy, to be honest. Okay, so we have got over here to the left, we've got 4 of those frog critters that are going to pop up out of the water. We want to deal with all 4 of them before we wander anywhere near the right side. So there's a Soul of a Proud Knight around here, and I'm going to switch to my Mace +5 now, because we are about to fight a couple of stone giants, but like I said, if you've got an upgraded crush weapon like this, you two-hand it, and they are trivial. Which is good. We like it when big, intimidating enemies are trivialized. Bonk! That's exactly right. So there's another one of these guys up at the top of this tunnel, but obviously not a particularly big deal. We came prepared. If you manage to start square behind them, they'll almost always try to cast their Miracle Tranquil Walk of Peace, and obviously you can just bonk them down before they're 10% of the way through the casting animation. And so this is the Wolf Ring. This is the first, I would say this is the first genuinely good ring we have picked up. We're gonna put it on right away. We'll sub out the Old Witch's Ring for now. One of the special rings granted to the 4 Knights of Gwyn, the Wolf Ring, belongs to Artorias the Abyss Walker. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a great sword. Now, this is actually important to the run because we're going to take care of the Darkroot Basin Hydra pretty early. In fact, we're heading that direction imminently. And in order to deal with it well, if we have the Wolf Ring, as well as if we add the Wolf Ring to this current combination of gear, we are able to fully tank one of the Hydra's melee attacks. And that will enable us to deal with it without, as long as we get to the right spot and we don't fuck up, we'll be able to kill the Hydra without taking a single hit, no matter how low level we are. So that's the idea. I'll switch back to the Uchi whenever we're fighting not the stone giants. But the stone giants are just, you know, they are... And there are other enemies in the game too. Like, it's a good idea, generally speaking, to have at least 2 viable attack options. Whether that be, you know, magic and a weapon, or multiple weapons, like however you want to do it. But there's just certain enemies in this game are so hyper resistant to certain types of damage. And a good example is those stone giants are uber resistant to slash damage, like the Uchi does. And I am pretty sure that they're fully immune to bleed. I don't think you can make them bleed at all, no matter how rapidly you chain your hits together. But on the other hand, as you see, if you use a crush weapon against them, it's practically cheesy. Oh, I did quick attacks instead of strong attacks, but that's okay. Let's roll in here. Tree lizard, I think it's called. And we have the partisan. Spear runs in this game are pretty. These games are pretty fun. I haven't done one in Dark Souls yet. I did spear run in the Demon Souls remake, and I really enjoyed it. Partisan, spear with blade attached to broad point, boasts long reach and can slice. The wide range of this spear makes it adaptable to many situations. Its strength lies in its length, but in cramped quarters this backfires and slices ricochet off walls. So, we're just going to be careful-ish. This guy we can fight by himself. What we really don't want to do is proc the whole big group next to the elite set at once. To the greatest extent possible, we just want to take these things down one at a time. The good news is we are actually largely able to do that. We can fish out these first two Ents by themselves, just, like, getting the range right and doing the two-handed heavy attack. Just have to get the angle right, and it will connect. There it goes. Let him finish his emerging animation. Then we can do the same thing to this one. Just want to be real careful, because this goes from pretty easy to really dangerous in a hurry the second there are even two enemies live. Alright, so we can now lure the giant closest to us by himself. That's what I'd like to do. I need to pull him a little bit away, which is dangerous. It might mean he tries to get an attack off. I'm going to get my shield out just in case. Try to just roll around behind him, switch back to two-handing, and down he goes. So now I ought to be able to get the drop off of that one, which is good. Alright, so now we're gonna circle back this direction and then repeat the process from the other side. In the meantime, we'll take out another solo boy here. And yet another one over here by the stairs. We will finish our surgical retrieval of the Elite Knight set. Kirky, yes, I do, and it is this one. I have to caveat that by saying I have not played them all yet. I have not played, I've not played Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. I've actually only played base game Dark Souls 2. I have not played Bloodborne or Sekiro, and I've not played Dark Souls 3. I have played both versions of Demon Souls, both versions of Dark Souls 1, Vanilla Dark Souls 2, and Elden Ring. And in that sample size, Dark Souls 1 is my favorite. Mechanically speaking, I think Elden Ring is a better game. I think it's more fun. I think it's actually designed better in many ways. But, oh shit, I forgot the two-hand. It's like, why? Why so little damage? I forgot the two-hand. That got dangerous in a hurry. I think in many ways Elden Ring is a better game. It's more fun, it's mechanically better, it's better designed, but there's just something about the way the first game coheres as a whole that makes it my favorite. So we get the Elite Knight set here. Pull the lore off that right quick. Helm of the Nameless Knight, perhaps an elite knight of Astora. Although he was loath to give up on his undead mission, he perished at the undead asylum and went hollow. Armor of a nameless knight, perhaps an elite knight of Astora, based on the fire-warding heraldic symbol on his blue surcoat. And then those other ones are, in fact, the same. So at this point, I am going to go ahead and summon Beatrice. I got through all that without dying, without getting invaded. We're still in human form. That's great. That'll make this a lot easier. So, no more utility for the mace at this point. I'm going to put the short bow back on just in case it does. Beatrice should be able to kill the butterfly for us. And I can also chuck lightning spears at it, of course, but it's actually not particularly weak to lightning. But basically, it is a viable strategy. Like, Beatrice can kill it for you if you just pull its attacks, but we can help her out a lot with lightning spear because our faith is so high already. Summoning Beatrice here. You don't need to summon her to get her armor set. It shows up after you beat the 4 kings, no matter what. But what is different is if you do not summon if you don't win this fight with Beatrice, you cannot summon her to help with the 4 kings, which she is available for if you summon her and win with her here. So our crest shield is going to do a lot of work, being able to tank attacks, but we're going to be trying to cast lightning spears, so we're just going to have to time it right. One detail I only learned recently is, even before you go through the fog gate, if you look up there to the right, you can already see the butterfly just chilling on the building, which, and I think that's Sen's Fortress, isn't it? Am I crazy? It looks like Sen's Fortress. Anyway, regardless, I think it's cool you can see the butterfly up there, and the second we walk through the fog gate, if we keep moving that direction, we can see it immediately. Just leave its perch. Yeah, it has a pretty aggressive habit of staying aggro on us, even if Beatrice is wrecking it. Beatrice did most of the work. I helped out respectively. Oh, yeah, that's the petrified blacksmith castle. You're right, thanks, Alex. Alright, so that was a successful summoning, which means Beatrice will be available to us for the 4 kings if we wish to use her. That was Blue Tearstone saving my life. I told you it would happen. So, humanity and the soul of the moonlight butterfly. Let's look at the soul right quick. It's our first boss soul. Acquire many souls or use to create unique weapon. Soul of the mystical moonlight butterfly, which flitters in the Darkroot Garden. Special beings have special souls. The butterfly's soul is a creation of Seath the Scaleless, used to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So, shouldn't need to be said to anyone at this point, but unless you're doing like a particular speed run or challenge run, in which case it's obviously different, never, ever, 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 ever use a boss soul for souls. Always use them for the weapons or unique spells you can get from them instead. I mean, it's a really easy run back. I wouldn't have cared if I died, but except for the embarrassment factor of dying to the Moonlight Butterfly. So here we get the Watchtower Basement Key, which will allow us to free-hovel the rock because those of you who weren't here for the first stream, I do not have the Master Key. I took the old witch's ring as my gift so that we could speak to the fair lady. The Divine Ember, which is important. We will be upgrading the Iato or Iato. I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. The weapon from Blighttown. We're going to make that a Divine +5 weapon that we will use for our Catacombs run. And a Homeward Bow. Good times all around. So we have cleared the Darkroot Garden at this point. It's in the interest of skipping a pretty pointless empty run back. I'm going to go ahead and use a homework button. Counts as that respawns the enemies, so we might as well go ahead and rest the bonfire anyway. Prepare our gear. And oh look, I forgot to pick up that soul item on my way in. Holy shit. That's not like me. At least it's so very visible going this way. This guy, we can't sneak up on him coming from this direction. He'll pop as soon as we start approaching. Let's go back and get that soul, because that is important. He also drops some moss. The useless kind, but that's alright. I guess it's not useless. We can trade it for Twinkling Titanite. We're gonna go ahead and head into the basin. Why are the enemies all docile? Have I triggered some kind of bug? Have you guys noticed that the enemies are completely inactive? I don't want to assume that's going to keep going, but that would be pretty wild. So our next target is the Basin Crystal Lizard, which is just down a bunch of these ramps. Crystal Lizards aren't hard to deal with in this one. If you do miss them, you can just quit and reload, and they will reappear right on the spot. I'm not too worried, but we will need to get to him. He's going to get away this first time. That's alright. We can park ourselves right on his spawn point and reset. Well, they should go after me at all. Like, I don't have a ring of fog on. I don't have any, like, stealth enhancements going. The fact that they were just standing there like that is really strange. You. Ooh, we dropped a chunk. That's good news, bears. 2 twinkling and a chunk. We have not gotten lucky with our Black Knights. We've killed 4 at this point, and we've only got 1 drop, the sword. On the other hand, we've gotten really lucky with our lizards. We've obviously only done the first 2, but they've both dropped chunks, which is pretty great. Test my theory by standing completely still. Well, at this point I reloaded the game, so even if there was a weird bug happening, I'm sure it would be reset at this point. Because I reset the... So here's the leather set, plus the longbow and some feather arrows. Let's look at those. Armor made of soft leather, very common type of protective gear. Gloves and boots have the same text, so let's look at our fancy new longbow now. Large bow, projectile weapon for experienced hunters. Equip arrows to use. Hold bow and press left bumper to aim. Aim for heads of humanoid foes. Press left trigger and right trigger to change type of arrows. And we got our first feather arrows. Red feather arrows of the Lord's hunters. Their long range makes them effective for sniping. Alright, so it's a pretty easy run back to this Black Knight. I'm not horribly worried, although I am carrying a lot of souls, which is the spooky part of it. But what I actually want to do, that'll make this so much better if I can pull it off, is we can get to the Valley of Drake's bonfire before we actually trigger that fight, and I think that's what I want to do, is that's just a way, way safer place to take him on from. Because he won't come into the tunnel, so we should at least be able to rest. And then try and fight him. But so the tunnel is just past him. But this is the Halberd Knight, so. So we can light this bonfire and rest at it. Use this as our run back point for the fight with this knight, and we're gonna go ahead and tackle the Hydra while we're here too. This is a much safer, much faster and safer run back, and a much better odds on soul retrieval. Where do you go? Where is he? Should be right around here. Where the fuck is he? Oh. Oh, he changes his spawn point, that's right. Yeah, the glitch tonight went normal after a reset like that. Ooh. Lined up longer than I thought. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Maybe not. That heal. Not well executed at all. Play it safe, finish with the backstab. So he drops our first blue Titanite chunk. That one is guaranteed. Titanite chunk for weapon reinforcement. Blue Titanite has powerful magic energy. Reinforces magic weapons to +9 and enchanted weapons to +4. With the discovery of chunks in Lordran, the race to locate the legendary slabs has begun, but could they be mere myth? Of course, we'll now get one of the most used items in the game, the Grass Crest Shield. I believe there are points where we will be using it as well. For the moment, though... grab it. Let's read about it. Old medium metal shield of unknown origin. The grass crest is lightly imbued with magic, which slightly speeds stamina recovery. The tunnel. Let's pop one humanity so we can kindle this bonfire. In the butt. It's always the ass punch. Or it doesn't work. Alright, so we're going to gain a few levels, spend some of these souls. Let's get 2 ranks in endurance, get our equip load up, get our stamina up, and let's put 2 in intelligence. Getting intelligence to 10 is what we need in order for Griggs to start selling us sorceries, which we need him to do because, of course, there is an achievement for learning all the game's sorceries. And Griggs's quest requires that of us as well. Let's repair here. And I am actually, much like last night, due to fear of being invaded, I'm going to quit to title anytime I'm going to be AFK, however briefly. I'm actually overheating a little. I'm going to go change into less heavy clothing, grab a fresh drink, and be right back. There we go. A seltzer and a Mountain Dew Zero. Alright. I am back. Let's get right into it. And while I was gone, I got literally 5 pings on my phone, which has actually been pretty quiet. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we are going to head into the basin now. We're going to go ahead and do everything we can do at this point, which is beat the Hydra, collect the items, and ultimately beat the gold golem and free dusk. We will do that while we're down here. We'll do all that while we're down here, and then the only thing left, kind of in this segment of the map, will be, well, there's Hovel, which we're also going to do pretty imminently, and then we'll come back after we buy the crest to do the forest. Although we're gonna wait a little while on that this go round. So unlike the Stone Knights, you might think they would. I don't know exactly what the logic is. Unfortunately, the crystal golems here are not particularly weak to the crushing damage of our mace, but I do. And he can't proc a bleed effect on them either. So this is. It's important to take these guys down, because if we don't, they'll completely wreck us. They'll make fighting the Hydra impossible. But it's pretty hard to get them. If you can, you kind of want to bait them out here. One at a time is best if you can swing it. Somewhere where the Hydra's water ranged attacks can't hit you. I just try to deal with them one by one. As you can see, we got rid of a lot of our souls. I'm not carrying so many. It's not like it's a hard run back from our current bonfire either, so if the worst were to happen, we'd be largely okay. Obviously, there's no bleed we can proc on these guys or anything like that. You gotta back up if you see him do that double fist raise. So we pulled one down here. Here's another. Alright, there's 2. It's usually pretty easy to get the closest 3 without having to worry too much about the Hydra. It can be really hard to bait the 4th one and manage to deal with it. If we get lucky, while this thing's kind of trolling up after us, the Hydra will be spewing its water. You can see it did that. This particular crystal golem just lost half its health. We'll pull it out, same as the others. It's good that they will follow you all the way around this corner, because the only place you're really safe from the Hydra's water, like, I'm sure there are other places, but the only place you can really be sure of it is if you're completely out of its line of sight, which requires us to, at minimum, be all the way around this corner. And if we can pull them all the way up here to where it widens out a little bit and we've got more room to fight them, it's actually almost perfect. Okay, so he's, his AI is telling him to go back to his spawn point, which is why he's not attacking and just letting us wail on him like that, which is always pretty funny when it happens. Alright. Let's see if we can get the fourth one now. Just keep an eye on the Hydra. Grab this item right quick on the way by. It's just a large soul enabled soldier. We do want to try and get its attention. Get it up here, same as the others. You can see just how much damage that water attack does. It clips us even once. The range on it is bonkers. The hardest part of this is clearing out the golems and getting to the spot where we can fight the Hydra. Like, the run down, after we kill this fourth golem, the run down to the spot where we're going to fight it is also very dangerous. Once we get to the right spot, unless I fuck something up, it's pretty much a guaranteed no-hit win. But we do have to get there. Oh, we lost aggro on the golem. Get that back. Rolled. Okay, he's actually after us. So as long as you're, like, relative to where the Hydra is facing, like, if you are actively running left or right, you will usually get clear of the water attack. Okay. Oh no. I'm just not rolling with it. That'll do it. We're not about to hit the Hydra with it. We will probably use our short bow and some of the arrows we still have on the final Hydra head. All right, so if we go where there are no more minions. There's just the Hydra itself. So you can see the. Isn't it just the night set? I forget which set it actually is. If we can get to where we're basically just. Oh yeah, let's put a rusted iron ring on instead of volunteer stone. So we have speed in the water if we need to. So with the wolf ring on, and the red shield +4, and the armor we have with the first level upgrades, all told we have just enough stability to tank a melee hit from the Hydra. So anyway, let's wait for the next water attack and then let's just start sprinting down the hill and sideways as best we can. Try not to let that happen. And I fucked it up. Yeah, so the rundown is the most dangerous part. And you really do need to clear the crystal golems to be any level of safe. It's unfortunate but real, so... I'm gonna lightning spear them this time. It's a little more aggressive. There's probably a slightly higher chance of me getting hit with the water if I try to do it that way, but... It was very slow baiting them out. I knew there was always a significant chance I would fail at the rundown. But once you get to that spot, like, and you're securely standing there, it'll still, like, rotate its ranged and melee attacks, but as long as well, once we get down there, I'll explain it better. But if we face it with our shield up, we will be able to tank the melee attacks. And if we're in that spot, right where I want us to be, then the ranged attacks will go directly over our heads. Like, no problem. There's one. Don't lose targeting. What the fuck, man? Neither of us moved. She just dropped targeting and wasted a spear. It's terrible. It's not like there's anything else I need to use these charges on, so... I'll just go ahead and do 2 per. Fourth golem's coming toward us. There's a reason, especially while he's doing this slow, there's a reasonable chance the Hydra will take him out for us, which is awesome when that happens. If it doesn't. Oh, okay. That almost makes the death worth it. We got a very rare blue Titanite jump drop. Alright. Once more, with feeling. Let's try and get down there. So, if we get to the spot, there's a way to know whether you need to guard or not, because, you know, you have to have your shield up. You don't want to get beat. Okay, we made it. So we should just... So standing here will be safe from the ranged attack. We actually don't want to lock on. So it'll make that growling noise whatever it's going to do with melee attack. Now, this is important. Without the wolf ring, we would not be able to take these hits. So, must have the wolf ring on to use this strategy on Hydra. Me taking 2 hits. Not quite perfectly safe. But once we start eliminating heads, we just get safer. So I'm just not eliminating heads yet. Trying to figure out where it bounced us. There's an edge. Just barely see it from here. Alright, chopped off our first head. I was about to say we should be a lot safer. Taking 2 hits and getting wrecked now, but it went ahead and happened again. Just keep it going. Find a head that's close to you in the way I want it after every attack. 2 coming. How did we still take 2 hits? Starts it changes up what it tries to pull when you get down to the last head. I'll explain what it does when we get to that point. We're at 3 right now. Down to 2. So that one right there, the one that's in front of us, it is actively trying to bait us into falling into the water. So, you know, don't do that. We've still got 1 head to chop behind us. Keeps striking behind us, I mean. So now the last one, generally it's going to keep doing that strike directly in front of us, which is actually trying to bait us into running off the edge. So at this point, what we want to do, if we can, we don't want to target the body, but as it's doing those strikes, I want to try and hit it in the neck. I'm going to need fresh arrows. There we go. All the way. I may actually need to try and hit it with a lightning spear. It's 21 damage. I guess I can get 2 shots in. Never mind, that got it. And then once you cut off the last head, it dies. Oh, that was perfect. Okay, so that gets us the Dragon Scale and our first Dragon Scale and the Dusk Crown Ring. Dragon Scale for reinforcing dragon weapons, peeled from an ancient dragon. A dragon is inseparable from its scales, and the transcendent apostles, who seek the perpetuity of the ancient dragons, have crossed the very end of the earth to seek this invaluable treasure. And we also got the Dusk Crown Ring. This magic crown-shaped ring was granted to Princess Dusk of Ulasil upon her birth. The ring stone allows its wearer to cast additional magics, but at the cost of 1/2 of HP. Alright, so let's tweak our gear a little bit. I no longer need the wolf ring. There's not a whole lot of genuine use for it. Let's switch back to the mace as an alt as well. And this is actually a point where it's really, really dangerous because you have to be very, very careful fighting the Gold Crystal Golem. Because if you're swinging wildly or you leave a source of lingering damage on the ground and you hit Dusk by mistake after you free her, you can lose her forever and lock yourself out of the DLC. It's pretty bad. So here's the night set. Have a look at that right quick. Helm of a lower rank knight. Despite the thin metal used, the grooved texture gives it added protection. And those are all the same. Armor, gauntlets, and leggings. Okay. So I'm going to use what lightning spears I can. Just hug the edges and you'll be fine. You can sort of see where the edge is if you pan the camera down to the water, but it's not an exact science. It can be very hard to see in places. You're really a lot better off just hugging the edge. So the gold golem won't be here to start. We have to reset the game after defeating the Hydra for it to appear. So about here is a good spot to do that. Thank you. Hi, dude, by the way. Nice. Didn't acknowledge your first message there. Welcome in. It's good to have you as always. Alright, so you can see we have spawned a gold crystal golem in the back of this cave. The rusted iron ring, we definitely have the advantage in the fight. I think 3 lightning spears should be exactly enough. Then we just need to not attack, and we're good to go. Hello, Dusk.
So, 'tis thou who rescueth me. Most gracious, I am deeply obliged. I am Dusk of Ulyssil. I cometh from an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, allow me to ask one thing. My home, Ulyssil, is the home of ancient sorceries. My hope is to pass this profound knowledge to thee, with thine approval. Would this be of assistance to thee?
Yes, of course.
My heartfelt thanks. I am pleased beyond words. Then I shout, engrave my signature. If thou art in need, pray summon me from my signature. It seems that my time is done. May the great flames guide thee.
So she'll disappear for a moment, but it's not always in exactly the same spot. There's like a circle it can spawn in. But after speaking to her here successfully, her summon sign has appeared back over where we picked up the Elite Knight set. Or not the Elite Knight set, the Knight set. Anytime we're going to come interact with Dusk for any reason, we will need to kill those 4 crystal golems. If we summon Dusk while the golems are still active, they will kill them. So it's very important to make sure the golems are dead before you summon Dusk for any reason. Let's summon her and chat with her. So we're not going to buy any of her sorceries at the moment. We will obviously have to for the achievement.
I am Dusk of Ulyssil. It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes.
Learn gesture. Proper bow. That's a fun one. It's not nearly as good as Praise the Sun or Well, what is it?
For a very long time, I was trapped within the crystal golem. From my home I was taken, banished to a plane of distortion. It was there that thou came to my rescue, long after I had relinquished all hope. So gleeful was I. My faith reneweth.
The sorceries of Ulysses differ from the magic of Rune. It is difficult to explain. Ulysses' sorceries are, what doth one say? They're somewhat of an approximation. Thine sorceries are more straightforward, negating all but thyself. Dost thou not find some fascination in these discrepancies? The sorceries, it is all thine. Dost thou...
Alright, so we don't need to buy anything for now.
If thou art in need, pray summon me again. I wish to be of assistance. May the flames guide thee.
I have not tried out Pinocchio Souls, no. I intend to. Like, everybody's raving about how great Liza P is. I think it's a very cool concept. I was interested in it when they announced it. It's a game that I will eventually play when it goes on Steam sale, you know what I mean? Alright, we're also going to go ahead and tackle our good friend Hobble the Rock. At this point, our mace will do... He is incredibly resistant to slashing damage, so we're going to use our mace on him, and even it will do shit damage. Hobble's going to be another round of parry training, which is fine, because we're extremely close to the bonfire. It's the only way to really do any decent damage to him. Like, it'll take 7 parries worth of damage to take him down, but we're going to shoot for a combination of, you know, that and backstabs. So, the Watchtower basement key will let us in. Hobble will not come out of this tower under any circumstances. It's pretty near impossible to get into, so... Most of his attacks are going to be one-hit KOs at this point. Even if I block with my shield. So there's not a whole lot of point in trying to guard, but there is technically a way you can, but trying to parry while doing two hands is ridiculously difficult. What you actually have to do is unequip your shield entirely, because it's possible to, I think what's technically possible is to parry with your bare fist, but then you have to very quickly hit the two-hand button in time to still get off your riposte. Yeah, with our current loadout, we can beat Hobble. We're just gonna have to learn to time the parries on him. But it's really our only viable engine of damage output. Like, even backstabs, I would probably have to do like a dozen of them to bring him down. Let's see what we can do. What the F? Hobble. Hobble. There we go. Thought he was like fully glitched out for a second. Like, oh my god. Oh, bad time. Yeah, so I learned. I got a couple of them. We'll just have to learn the timing. Chain him down soon enough. It wouldn't be awesome to lose, what, 10,000 souls, but it wouldn't be the end of the world either, so... completely stand still and you're invisible. It sure looks that way. Like, I do not know what was going on with the Ents there. Like, if it happens, in fact, because it's happened twice now in a, like, 2-hour time span, does someone want to check, like, does the Thief Armor actually have some kind of stealth effect that I don't know about? Swung too fast. His wind-ups are so... His wind-ups tend to be about a half second longer than I even think they're going to be. It's alright, it's just about practicing and building up the muscle memory. And it's like I keep caveating for people. I know the game, I know a great route through it that'll get us 0 to platinum. As far as execution skill goes, I am... At this point, I would say I am a decent Souls player. Not good yet, certainly not great. That's why I'm trying to do things though, like L2 parry. L2 fast roll, out of trouble. All these little bits and pieces involved with actually getting good. Alright, Hobble. What's it gonna be? Ah! If I keep fucking up this bad, I might just go for backstabs after all. Actually, you know, this time around, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna try and see how much damage I can do with a two-handed backstab, because it's, you know, with the 2 hits, it's 185 damage with a parry and riposte. Let me see what we get. Try and see what we get if I do a 2-hand backstab instead. Oh, there is one other thing I forgot to do. We did get a new gesture I haven't looked at yet. The proper bow. As opposed to the ordinary, stupid, improper bow. See, this is trouble for me. Plus 156. Okay, no, a 2-handed backstab is actually pretty close damage-wise, and I think it's significantly easier to pull off. It up. Don't panic roll. Close now. Fuck you, Hobble. Hobble's ring. Got it, baby. This ring was named after Hobble the Rock, Lord Gwyn's old battlefield compatriot. Hobble's men wore the ring to express faith in their leader and to carry a heavier load. So, we're going to use Hobble's ring, because we've been mid-rolling for the last little while. So if you look, our equip load is only 52, and I'm at 21.4, so I'm below half, but I'm over a quarter. So I've been mid-rolling for some time. But if I swap out the blue tier stone ring for Hobble's ring, like... The truth is, like, as your baseline ring combo, about 95% of builds, I would say, roll with the, like, as baseline, with the Ring of Favor and Protection and with Hovel's Ring. And, you know, for things like swamp fights, you can swap out Hovels for the Rusted Iron Ring, or particular use cases like the Curse Bite Ring when you're going to be around basilisks. But in general, that's what people roll with, and the reason is because Hovel's Ring is pretty much the only gateway to wearing any kind of armor and still light rolling, which is actually amazing. So for now, we're going to roll with Hovels and the Wolf Ring. So we went from 52 to 78. So we're still not quite light rolling. Let me see if I can fix that. And at this point, probably not. But let me see. Let me put my short bow back on first. 78. So that did it, actually. Yeah, so taking off the mace. So now we're light rolling. You can just, you can see how incredibly fast that is compared to what we were doing before. So I think we do just need to go open up the other side of this tower, because it was also locked with the same key. Hovel gone, this now operates as just another great kind of connection and possible route running between Darkroot Basin and the rest of the game, which is awesome. It's always just so cool to me when things connect back. Attack on the Uchi. So at this point, we are just rolling all the way back to Firelink. I am carrying a lot of souls, so I want to do it safely and carefully. I'm not going to try to speed demon this. But we are going to adjust the We're gonna spend these souls soon. We're gonna visit Griggs, and I think it might be time to actually buy a few of his sorceries. We shall see. Let's keep rolling. Like I said, I want to be safe, so let's kill the firebomb guys. Just in case. Hell yeah, I'll take a firebomb. Mind if I do. It's actually kind of nice, like, running around Hollow most of the time, like, unless there's something I specifically want to accomplish, like a summon I'm trying to do or what have you, that requires you to be in human form. It's just the being able to relax about being invaded. Like, it's such a relief most of the time. Like, I realize the game isn't all that active in terms of its multiplayer component, but it's not inactive, and I got murdered twice by the same Black Phantom beginner kill my last trip through the Undead Burg, so it's just nice not to have to worry about, particularly like now when you're carrying a bunch of souls. So let's try not to, well, we already aggroed them, so this fight's already started. in the interest of safety, I don't mind killing those two twice. Let's create a nice checkpoint for ourselves. Let's repair all our gear after all the hobble smashes. Probably not that lucky. There's a charm to having your progress ruined by some random asshole. Yeah, no, I don't mind getting invaded. I absolutely realize it's part of the game, and it exists specifically to create a trade-off between playing in human or hollow form. Like it's just it's good game design to give every choice a trade-off, right? Like, upside and downside exists for playing hollow versus human. So, let's attack this rat. It's always so great if it drops humanity. Dash attack on the OG is just so good. So another thing that I've grown to appreciate is like relative to my first playthrough, it's just new versus somewhat veteran Souls player thing is if you go watch the Prepare to Die playthrough, my first ever playthrough on the YouTube channel. I really cheesed it. I did that huge grind. I basically broke the game by over leveling, and that was how I won. We're gonna try not to do that this time. Try to work a little smarter, not harder. Actual strategery on board.
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece. Incidentally, would you care to learn any sorceries? You're clearly talented, and besides, I owe you. Of course, we will require some materials, but I'm happy to teach you some elementary spells. Are you interested?
So this is why we raised our intelligence to 10. We have to do it eventually.
Splendid. Very well.
Dialogue going.
I am pleased to have a chance to give something back. Well then, let's get started straight away.
Okay. You have anything new to say?
Have you heard of Big Hat Logan?
Yes, he does.
Master Logan is a great sorcerer and my teacher. Both of us came to this land as undead. But one day, he departed, leaving only a note. I suppose he wished to keep me out of harm's way. But where does that leave me? I have dedicated myself to sorcery. But Master Logan could find no use for me.
Anything else?
Yes. The note that Master Logan left. It only said he would travel to Anolondo by way of Sen's fortress. I can only guess that he seeks the regal archives. For Master Logan is a tireless pursuer of wisdom. Wisdom trumps all. Everything else is hogwash. When the curse turned him undead, I'm certain that he only felt it was the perfect chance to visit this land. I only wish that I had his courage. 2 things are required for sorcery. First, you must equip a wand. Second, you must attune a sorcery. Then you will be ready to fire away. Oh, and don't forget to aim.
Don't forget to aim. Good advice.
2 things are
Okay.
first, second, then... Oh, and...
Alright, so
Goodbye,
he
Ed.
is... We got a bunch of his dialogue there. We learned about Big Hat and Orlando, Sen's Fortress, all those things. Let's chat with him again.
Have you been to the ruins of New Londo below? Just head down the stairs and take the lift. It's certainly worth a visit. It was once an undead city. You may find a clue or 2, unless the ghosts find you first. I'm not up.
So that's everything he's got. Let's see, while we're here, let's visit. I like to visit everybody.
By
Track.
the Lords, your face. Your humanity is really slipping, but there are methods. Most fools have more humanity than they know what to do with. Now, who do you imagine will make the best use of it? Well, where have you been? I'm glad to see you're safe. Have you heard of Trusty Patches? If ever a man has rubbed me up the wrong way, if he ever comes around again, I swear I'll have his hide. You again. Our
Alright, so he's back repeating. In a similar vein, let's go see if Petrus has anything to say. Doubt it, but you never know.
Oh, miracle? I'm afraid that may
Yeah, nothing new from him yet.
come again. The effect...
Alright, so let's go hit the bonfire. We're gonna spend some of these souls, gain a few levels. We are gonna dunk into dexterity. We're eventually gonna have dexterity all the way up to 45 for the casting speed boost to our miracles. Goes from there to here. We're gonna go 3 this round. That's what we can afford. Get dexterity to 17. You can see our Uchigatana damage is scaling like a boss. Doesn't really matter. We're not going to use it. Gosh, I don't know if we're going to use it again at all. Yeah, I mean, obviously the bow damage is scaling up too, but I don't know that we're actually going to use it. So. Alright, so that'll do for that. So now we'll head back this direction by way of the Burg. It is time to go deal with the Capra Demon. Ain't life grand? But at this point, with these, with this kit, nobody acts surprised if the Capra Demon kills me a bunch of times, but it is objectively an easier boss than the Stray Demon is, which we already killed. So. Retreat animation. Charge attack. It's just it's so solid. It's so good. We all know that the baseline challenge with the Capra Demon is not dying in the first 5 seconds. You have to manage to avoid the initial charge that comes from his first attack as well as the 2 dogs. If you can pull that off, then you're usually in decent shape. But we'll see how we do. one-shot him yet. Obviously not. So we're gonna have two dogs. We'll have to kill the two dogs here by, like, right by this gate. We should be able to one-shot them now, even with a fast attack, which is great. Or a light attack, or a medium attack. Whatever the right term is. So one thing I will use, and I only have one, I'm not gonna buy more. Oh, I don't even have any. Never mind. I thought I had a charcoal pine resin on it for some reason. I died in the first 5 seconds. I got pinned. That's what happens. There's a... That's alright.
How did that raggedy old chum end up? You know, the one who idolized some godmother of pyromancy. He left for Blighttown, but never came back. Whereas most flee from sickness, he dives right in. Well, nothing will harm him once he goes hollow.
Right.
Out.
I never quite know, like, what's going to trigger new dialogue, but I want to get it all if I can.
Oh, hello. Well, you said myself. I wish to do what I can to locate Master Logan. I am aware of my shortcomings, but I cannot very well just sit around here and rot. Oh, do not worry. I have considered our relationship. I will only leave after I have taught you all the sorceries that I know. I shall count myself lucky if I manage to locate Logan, or even return here in one piece. 2 things up first, then... Oh, goodbye then. Do stay safe.
So Griggs actually had new dialogue that time, too. I didn't even actually make any progress, so that's interesting.
Oh, miracle. I'm afraid that may be...
Alright, so nothing
Come
from
again.
Petrus. Nothing from Lawtrag. But I had new stuff from the Crestfallen Warrior and from Griggs, so... I need to check with them again. Alright, so at this point... Holy shit, that animation is something else. Playing a little more with the speed. Drop a humanity item that we can take with us, we would be able to shape. Oh man, the movement speed increase with light load is just... It's really dramatic. You hate running around any other way. Alright. Once more with feeling. There we go. Alright, we got the dogs. It's basically easy mode now. Plunging attack on it. It's cheeky. reset this. I don't like the rhythm we got into there. Didn't quite feel safe. Got him. Alright, two tries on Capra's and bad. So we get a humanity, a homeward bone, and the key to the depths. Let's have a look there. Key opening the door from the lower undead Burg to the depths. Those banished from the undead Burg eke out their existence in the depths, a damp layer with no trace of sunlight. Nearly half of the depths form a perilous, flooded labyrinth. Okay, so now we can homeward bone back to Firelink, which is what I'm going to do. And at this point, Petrus's companions should have appeared. So we're going to talk to all of them and get any new dialogue from anyone else, too. Hey, somebody in chat just say something right quick, because I would have expected some GGs after the Capra Demon kill, but I haven't seen chat progress at all.
Did you see her? That virtuous little maiden, complete with followers in tow? They're probably going straight to pillage graves. I've heard enough about
thanks, DLF.
for
All right.
a lifetime. What absolute rubbish, eh?
Maybe it's my fault. Here's where the GG's come from. I forgot to praise after I killed the boss. That's frankly unacceptable.
Mm-hmm. I'm not up.
Anything from you? Anything new from Briggs?
Did you see them? The 3 young clerics headed for the catacombs to seek kindling. Kindling is the art of feeding bonfires. The poor young girl sent down into a tomb. What a terrible mission she is burdened with. Oh, hello. Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself? I'm fine. Let's get started straight away. 2 things are first, then... Oh.
Okay,
Goodbye
so
then. Do stay...
he did still have new dialogue, and he just gave us the information we could have paid Petrus for. He told us they're after the Rite of Kindling. So, let's talk to everyone here. We'll start with Petrus again.
Oh, hello. My guests have finally arrived. I will be departing with them shortly. So, I'm afraid I will be saying goodbye soon. It was a pleasure. Oh, hello. Miracles, I presume. Rhea is the youngest daughter of the good house of Thurmond. Those young knights are her old schoolmates, but I'm not sure what to make of them. I'm afraid they may be a bad influence. Rhea is the youngest, but I'm afraid. Come again. The effect.
Let's talk to these two first. Really? That's all you got, huh?
What have we here? You look awfully raggedy. Times are grim. The least you can do is look sharp. Don't you dare meet my lady like that. You might scare her off for good.
He's mad that we're hollow.
Oh, you again. What business have you? I don't suppose we can help, though. We accompany my lady on her righteous mission. It is quite a chore, but I'm stuck with her. And Nico, too. I can't very well abandon them now. Oh, it's you. We're to leave momentarily. The catacombs aren't exactly my idea of a good time, but what can one do? I do hope we meet again, rare or not.
His opinion of us changed in a hurry.
Oh, it's you. We're to leave the catacombs. Rarian.
And Rhea.
You are undead as well. Then we've no time to fraternize. I have my mission and you no doubt have yours. We must not let this curse overcome us. Did I not explain the urgency of our tasks? Or are you so uncouth as to lack such judgment? By the looks of you, I should think not. Did I not or are you by the looks?
Alright, I think that's everything we can do here at the moment. Except, sorry, just let me check the route notes right quick. Okay, so yeah, now that we've exhausted everyone's dialogue, we're gonna quit and reload. So they're gone. Now if we quit and reload another time or 2 or 3 or 5, I don't know the exact number or how it works, but eventually Petrus will be back alone. Just keep doing it until he shows up, and we'll know advanced that quest as far as it can go until we go to the Tomb of the Giants. Ah, there he is. He's back. Okay.
Oh, you again? Me? I've become separated from my lady. I've scoured near and far, but no sight of her. Where could she have gone? My lady, to think I swore to protect you with my life. Your Highness, where have you gone? I am entirely to blame for this. Oh, woe is me. I am unworthy, deathly so. Oh, I'm sorry. Miracles, was it? Sometimes I lose myself. Pay me no mind.
So there's no more talking to him.
Oh, sometimes.
But we are. So he's back to repeating himself,
Oh,
but
sometimes.
we can now buy his miracles from him, and there will be a point where we do that before he disappears again. Kinda, sorta, for good, maybe.
Oh, hello. Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself. 2 things are first,
Alright.
then. Oh, and 2 things are first, then. Oh. Goodbye then.
Thought I had it.
I'm not.
He's got nothing. Guess his love trick or something.
Care to
Oh.
pay for a useful tip?
He said, "You certainly are keeping busy." No, I'm not gonna pay.
Oh, really? Well, suit yourself. Only trying to help.
Well, I might pay for it if he offers again. Let me see.
Our
He won't offer again. That's okay. I don't need to pay for a tip. All right, so let's head to the depths in earnest now and start plinking away at our next big zone. I'll warn you in advance. We're gonna be in the depths for quite a while. Because we're gonna do 2 of our Covenant farms down there. It is by far the easiest way to get Eyes of Death. it's you have to kill basilisks to farm Ice of Death, so there are honestly only a few places you can actually do it to begin with, and the Depths is definitely the best one. And the Depths also happens to be the best place to farm humanity. So we're gonna farm up 30 humanity, enough to get rank 2 in the Daughters of Chaos, in the Chaos Servant Covenant down at the bottom of the White Down. We're gonna carry that with us. We're not gonna get it up to held or anything, but we're actually ultimately I'm gonna want, when I start farming, I'm gonna use all the humanity I have just to raise my item discovery. It'll generally be a quicker experience, I have found, if you go ahead and use an extra 10 humanity to get your item discovery as fast as as high as it can natively go. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to actually clear the depths first. So let's go do that. Use the key to the depths that we got from the Capra Demon. Start out this next lovely new zone. So just like really start paying attention to movesets. Like the Uchi Katana is one of the most used weapons in the game because it's got such a versatile set of attack patterns. And we don't really need to do this, but it's kind of fun. You can see one of the two butchers camped out up there. We can knock his ass down with a lightning spear at this range, which is pretty fun. The butcher cannot find his way up here. There's a passage he can't fit through. This thing's kind of fun. So he's just kind of raging impotently in that hallway down below us that he dropped into. And we've gotten rid of half his health, which is pretty great. There are two butchers and they don't respawn, so I guess that technically makes them mini bosses. I believe you are guaranteed to get one sack, and it's possible to get a second one. I think they can also drop the butcher knife, their weapon. Alright. Gotta get this door open like as soon as possible. Don't get got by the slime here. Roll back before it drops. Soul, Torch Hollow. I knew he would have found this by now. Now he is also got. Let's go back up here, fight that butcher. The rest of the way down. They are incredibly slow. They are super easy to get backstabs on. Your only real problem is the narrowness of the space you have to fight them in, but that ought to do her. There's one down, and we got us a sack. People love wearing this because it really doesn't do. It's just a Fashion Souls thing, and it's definitely kind of fun. Bloodstained patchwork sack by the undead man-eating cook lurking in the depths. 2 eye holes have been haphazardly cut out. It is unexpectedly soft and comfortable to wear, but it is probably near meaningless in terms of defense. Alright. Next move is to track into the room behind where that butcher was waiting to ambush us and free our pyromancy vendor.
Yes.
Laurentius of the Great Swamp.
Over here. Please, you must help me.
Gotta do the Fashion Souls. Need rolling. Try rolling. Yes. Do not attack.
Thank you. I would have been a sucker without you. Being eaten alive. I shudder to think. Thank you. Thank you dearly. I am Laurentius, or the Great Scroll. God may I forgive my debt to you. Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thanks to you. Oh, hello there. I'm fine.
Okay, so he'll be back at Firelink next time we go there. I'm gonna briefly swap the Wolf Ring for the Rusted Iron, just because we're gonna fight a few enemies down here in some water. It's a dangerous fight if your movement's impaired, and it's pretty trivial if it's not. You'll notice that these dogs are higher level. They're taking more hits to kill, so you might see if a heavy attack can do it. Or a two-hand. Okay, good. Yeah, one-hand strong attack can still kill those dogs. That's nice. Alright, so let's try and get all the doggos before we do anything else. Just like that, we are done with water fighting again, so rejigger my rings one more time. Let's aggro the dog and only the dog. Or the butcher and only the butcher. Oh, it's gonna get me killed. Big deal, really. Alright, so once they are down, get the large ember out of this chest. We can now get our Uchi Katana up to +10. That will make it very good indeed. Ember required for weapon ascension, a large, high-quality ember, handled by the blacksmiths of Astora. Ascension for +5 standard weapon allows reinforcement to +10. Also can ascend +5 standard weapon to raw weapon. Raw weapon can be reinforced to +5. You got taco wings. That sounds pretty good, Blood Angel, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so we'll go ahead. After triple checking that you got the large ember, secret ahead, we can go ahead and drop down here. We are gonna grab the spider shield, which at one point we're actually going to upgrade and use in Blighttown. Believe it or not, the poison resist really does have a block the toxic darts with it. Alright. So, we're going to switch our gear around here. First thing we're going to do is pop the Curse Bite ring on in place of the Wolf Ring. Just look how dramatically this one ring boosts our curse resistance. People misinterpret what the appearance of that little bar actually means, because it looks like, oh my god, we built up a bunch of curse, what happened? But what actually happened is we built up a whole bunch of fresh new space on the on the bar itself, the bar's maximum size, which is pretty great. And anyway, we are going to. The rats can poison us, so I'm going to have purple moss this hotkey as well. Oh, and I need to read up on the spider shield. Shield of the Savage Mountain Bandits, uniquely shaped with a large black spider edged upon it, has resistance to poison. So anyway, if you're wearing the Curse Bite ring, you would have to try to get cursed by the basilisks. Seath might still be able to do it, but he'd have trouble. So we're gonna lightning spear this guy down. It should only take 2. Down. Drop down. I think he's a guaranteed humanity drop. Little soul item. Back here is the sewer chamber key. We need this in order to access the bonfire. We are not, if you're on a non-master key run. So now that I have the Curse Bite ring on, like, we're good to go ahead and clear the basilisks. That's why I just went ahead and came on down here and dropped it on. I did that on purpose. Like, you really practically do not have to worry about these things with the Curse Bite ring on. I'm shocked how genuinely effective it is. So there's a soul of a nameless soldier. And we're going to clear these guys a million times on farming up the 7 Eyes of Death we need. This is just kind of the easiest spot to do it. Now, I still don't want to get too gangbanged, because that can still be dangerous, so I'm trying to pull this guy in to see. Even when I get tagged, like, I'm in so little danger of actually getting cursed. It's kind of bonkers. There he is. In the remastered version, they almost always find their way up to you. In Prepare to Die, they would kind of get stuck on each other and not be able to keep this fight interesting or dangerous. Interestingly, just in terms of online features of the game, anytime you see one of those black crystal statues in a zone like this, it means you have somewhere on your server there is a player who actually got cursed on that spot, and the game shows that to you. So you can see several people have gotten cursed here during the time I've been streaming. All right, so we're gonna have to fight a few of them here. Let's just try not to get gangbanged too bad. Hey! Getting an Eye of Death is pretty lucky. We've got one. We need to farm 7 of these. We can get the other 3 we need as a guaranteed find in the catacombs. Online play item: lure phantoms from other worlds. Only Covenanter can use the item, while Hollows cannot. The dreadful Eyes of Death spread disaster across neighboring worlds. Phantoms lured to the host world may end up as victims, allowing the Eyes of Death to multiply and leading to further proliferation of Bane. So, even if I were inclined to try and get the Covenant items the intended way, these are difficult to get. And really, it would be impossible to get them adequately until I was pretty high level in New Game Plus. And the reason is these only have an effect in New Game Plus. They don't do anything to you at all. Like, even though you can still see the Gravelord Servant signs, and you'll get the message that, disasters have ended after the defeat of the Gravelord Servant. There's still live basilisks. Anyway, if you're in New Game Plus and someone on your server uses an Eye of Death, then these really, really powerful, awful black phantoms can start appearing in your world, and it'll keep happening until you find, invade, and defeat the Gravelord Servant. So, why is that a problem for trying to farm Eyes of Death if you're only in New Game? It means you're going to be luring phantoms into your world who are in New Game Plus, and who, it stands to reason, have dramatically better levels of gear than you, and you're just going to get your shit wrecked. Anyway, these two poor souls got cursed. I'm going to break their statues apart. It has no effect on their game. There's a large soul of the Nameless Soldier. I forgot to actually read about the Eye of Death, so let's do that. Yeah, online play item. Lure phantoms from other worlds. Only Covenanter can use the item, while Hollows cannot. The dreadful Eyes of Death spread disaster across neighboring worlds. Phantoms lured to the host world may end up as victims, allowing the Eyes of Death to multiply, and leading to further proliferation of Bane. So there are 2 more items to grab down here, just as kind of part of our baseline clearing of the area. But we've killed all the basilisks, so that's over. So you have to manage to jump across that like a sewer grate. Your reward is a humanity. Around here is the main reward, the Ring of the Evil Eye. It's alright. Kinda. A lot of people overestimate how good it is. There's plenty of healing in this game. According to legend, this ring contains the spirit of the Evil Eye, a dark beast which assaulted Astora. The strength of the Evil Eye does not waver, and HP is absorbed from fallen enemies. Alright, so we are gonna kill these basilisks a whole bunch more times before we leave the depths. But what I want to do right now, I want to be able to do the first Night Kirk invasion, so I need to go use this one held humanity. I need to get to the bonfire and go use this one held humanity I've got to reverse Hollow. Come back down here and do the invasion. So, Night Kirk's gonna invade us right here, but we have to be in human form to get invaded. He invades you in 3 different locations in a specific order, and if you... So, incidentally, we could have come straight to this safe landing spot if we had kind of held our slide to the left, but I wanted to go ahead and clear the basilisks. Like I said, if you have the Curse Bite ring on, basilisks immediately change from one of the most threatening, potentially devastating things in the game to something you barely need to worry about. That's why it was so empowering to do that very fast run through Mondo to get that ring early in the game. Alright, so we have circled most of the way back. If we were to go down this tunnel right now, we would see, we would ultimately find our way back up out of the depths to where to the Undead Burg. With the sewer chamber key, we can get the bonfire going. I can reverse hollowing, so we can go deal with Kirk. Back down where we just were. Kirk is severely over-encumbered. He moves real slow and fat rolls. He's parryable. It's also not terribly difficult to backstab him. we'll deal with him in one of those ways. Weird about this. So this little patch of concrete is kind of the threshold to trigger the perk invasion. So we'll run around this corner, get to about this point. So just saw the fire indicating the game auto-saved, which means the invasion's about to start. If I bring myself back here, Kirk's gonna spawn in right here. I can probably, if I time it just right, I can lead with a two-handed backstab. So Kirk's weapon causes bleed, as you can see. See, yeah, there he is, fat rolling. He can't run very fast either, so. The camera's fucking with me a little bit here. But that should do it for this first fight. If we're lucky, he will drop one of his weapons, but looks like he didn't. Right. So we just got another held humanity. I'm probably going to immediately use that to kindle the bonfire, but... Oh, wow. I didn't think the slime would actually follow me that far. I actually almost missed a humanity drop on this rat, which is pretty phenomenal. Oh, Sauna, hi. Sorry, I haven't looked at chat in a minute. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Always a pleasure to have you here. Alright. So this little group of 5 rats is easily the fastest, best way to farm humanity in the entire game. Anything you need. They're just, you can kill them in seconds, and they have one of the highest humanity drop rates of any enemy in the game. Let's look at the great axe we just picked up. Alex, good night, my friend. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. It is always a pleasure. Have a great night. This great axe is a veritable mass of iron. Its weight sends foes flying, but makes it difficult to handle without inhuman strength. Any miss makes one very vulnerable, as each swing requires the full force of the body. Alright, so we got a little ambush rat coming up here, which is always fun. Usually backs off this edge. Three more here. Got another humanity drop. 2 more humanity. We're getting really lucky pretty early with the humanity drops for only having 1 health. That's pretty good. Alright, Sana. Well, thank you for saying hello. I am sorry you're feeling sick. Here's another soul in soldier. And this corner is a fog gate. So through here is our second channel. Vanishingly low chance he were to drop the channel's trident, it would be time for a brace the has spotted me already, so his lightning spear hits ass. He's casting his buff on the rats, which is devastating. But, so I need to wait for his buff to wear off before I engage them. You kind of see that blue aura they have around them. Same one the first one cast on the hollow in the church back in the Undead Parish, but it will wreck us if they get close enough to attack. It's kind of hard to see. I can see it on the middle one. Yeah, it's still going. I can just barely see. If I angle the camera a little better, I can kind of see it. Just like right there under his belly. It's hard to see, but it's there. We'll just wait for that to wear off before we engage them anymore. But just a moment. Interest of not getting ganked while I'm briefly AFK. As ever, we're gonna pause the game and go to the title screen. I will be right back, y'all. Oh. Actually, it occurs to me that it's 8 o'clock, so since I paused anyway, I am going to take the dog out for her evening potty. We will be right back. Hi, Riv. What you doing, girl? Pretty warm in here, isn't it? Come on, Rivy. Let's go. Let's go potty one more time. And we can take our shoes off. And we can change into our jammies. What a great night it'll be. Let's go. Good girl. That was so nice. Good girl. Yes, you deserve a turkey treat. I agree. Put this in. those anymore. Alright, we have jerky treat coming right up. I actually need some food. I'm nowhere near enough to eat. There we go. Good girl. Alright, my friends, thank you for your patience with that. I've got my dinner cooking, I've got my stuff picked up from outside, the dog has been to the restroom, so we should be good to go. Which is perfect. Let's roll. I think quitting and reloading is to the extent that aura was still running, it should be gone now. Yeah, it is. So with the channeler gone, we're just fine fighting these guys. Don't worry, I looked. I eyeballed around the corner. He didn't drop a trident. I promise. So we got a couple more ambush rats over here. Great. Be careful of. We do not have more ambush rats here, thankfully. Alright. I just saw in his last message. I'm sure they're gone by now, but I think that was my first large... Yeah, that was my first large Titanite shard. Titanite shard for weapon reinforcement. Larger Titanite material. Reinforces standard weapons to +10 and raw weapons to +5. Titanite shards are fragments of legendary slabs. Titanite is etched into weapons to reinforce. So we head this way. Almost... danger of dropping to the lower level. So right now the lower level's empty. Just kind of as we track through these tunnels, we get one more soul of a nameless soldier. We try to go the directions that don't have a drop. We ultimately connect all the way back to this chamber. It's pretty good. It means we've closed the loop, so to speak. There's nothing helpful on the left side. That's okay, actually. We can roll this again. The basilisks are essentially harmless. We might get a few eyes of death. We do have another fellow humanity on, which is nice. We're gonna start doing our depths farming moves in a minute. They're gonna be pretty mindless, and I can't predict how long they're gonna take, but it's gotta be done. Get them achievements, right? We need the Eyes of Death specifically to get a miracle out of the Great World Serpent Covenant. Oh, don't say that. I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me? Look at this. 2 more people have gotten cursed since the first time I was down here. No, 3. 3 more. You poor, unfortunate bastards. That's rough. Oh my god, a 4th. Are there a bunch of noobs online right now? People are just getting cursed left and right. But yeah, no, that specifically is an online feature, like those little statues showing up. That is, you were online and another player got cursed in that spot. Which is pretty wild to think about. So these guys are dead. Wow! What planet you're on trying to tell me that missed? Whoa. Alright, so let's head back up to the bonfire. Hollow should be dead. So if you come from this direction, as long as you sprint and hug the left, you're safe from all the slime drops. If you try to do that coming the other direction, however, you will get your shit wrecked. By drops. Let's kill this torch hollow, and just to actually close the exploration loop for you on camera, you go back through here, you get back to this trap area. Oh, my microwave is like, what the fuck is that beeping? Let me go get my food so that stops. Sorry, forgot I had my food in there for a second. Rather silly, isn't it? Alright, we got that right quick. Alright. Sorry about that little distraction, but okay, with the so up those stairs past that spot is where we found two pictures. And is the exit back to the Burg. So let's use the lightning spear charges we have left for these guys. So we are going to do 3 different levels of resource farming while we're here in the depths. So we need to get 7 Eyes of Death. We already got the first. We need 30 humanity. That can be in the form of twin humanities or single, but the bulk of ours is going to be in single because that's what the rats want. And we need some large Titanite shards. I'm going to shoot for 8, which we can get from the slimes in this area. Of course, I am personally not lucky enough for them to drop anything. But we're also going to get... We're gonna get a shitload of souls while we do this. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Like, don't get attached to them. It's very possible to lose them. Anyway, here we're back out the fire. So next, I think next we want to start. I don't know if we want to farm before or after Gaping Dragon. I think we probably want to do it before, but let me. Yeah, we want to do it before, so let's get rolling. The first thing, now that we're actively in farm mode, even though humanity is one of the things we need, and it might feel bad to use it up, it will ultimately go faster if we have 10 held humanity. So I'm going to use these 8. I don't want to go above 10, so I'm going to hold on to my twin. And just the next one that drops I will also use. And then there's no benefit to going beyond 10 health humanity because there's well, it still boosts your curse resist, I think up to 30, but it doesn't boost your item discovery past 10. So, while we still need Eyes of Death, the route would be as follows. Humanity. This is up to 10. Our odds are not as good as they can be. Alright, so until we have our Eyes of Death, it is actually worth, in terms of efficiency, it's worth just cleaning the entire depths. The only things in the loop are rats. Well, they're all 3 things we need. There are 3 kinds of enemies with the channel on. There are rats, slimes, and basilisks. We need resources from all of them, so it actually, generally speaking, makes perfect sense to just go all of them. After we get the Eyes of Death, we will narrow our focus considerably because there end up being much more efficient ways. If all you still need are the shards and the humans. Shit. Let's just put it up here. Save my lightning spears for slimes. Got him. Rat this direction. So now we'll take the safe way in, so we don't take any fall damage. So that's the other thing you can do on the slide. Hold left, and we'll be alright. So generally speaking, these lightning spears on the slimes, it's just ever so much faster. There's our first humanity that we're saving for the fair lady. I have a twin, so I need 27 more. I want to end with 13 large Titanite shards, so I need 12 of those. And like I said, 7 Eyes of Death. The Eyes of Death are the rarest and slowest drops. And they're kind of the first breakthrough. Once we have all we need from those, 26 more humanity. I'm just gonna start keeping count in my head as we go. So 12 large titanite shards, 6 eyes of death, 26 humanity. That's okay. I didn't. I think I missed Alex leaving too. Focus was elsewhere. Yeah. What's that about, girl? What's happening? I don't know why I'm one-handing. They don't even do melee attacks. Like, all they do is the first fog. I guess because if two-handing doesn't one-shot, then we actually get the second hit faster than one-handed. Yes, we do. Fair enough. The way you can just tear through basilisks without worrying about them with the curse bite ring on is really pretty crazy. Yeah, well, no, even the shades. I have the shades closed because it's after sundown. It's dark out, so she can't see people. I didn't hear anything. I have no idea what she was roofing at. Truly, who understands what goes on in the mind of a dog? There's a player summon. I'm worried about the gaping dragon's tail cut. Entertain using a player summon. And we'll see how much of this I can take before I have to give up for the night and go to bed. But so, never forget this torch hollow. Like I've said, if one of them lands that like flailing combo, it can absolutely take down your entire combo. Kill these 6 slimes. Over the large titanite shard. They drop greens and larges, but there is large. That is awesome. 11 more. So that's the route we're going to be on for a hot minute. These San Jose Sharks are apparently as bad as they were supposed to be. I'm supposed to be getting score updates as the Avs are playing. They're not coming through. No. Anyway. So, that's the farming route. I'm gonna just grab a bite of my dinner here right quick, and then we're gonna do that. Until we have everything we need. The Covenant items you really need to farm are the, Eyes of Death for the Great Lord Servant, the Souvenirs of Reprisal for Dark Moon Blades, Humanity for the Chaos Servants, but Humanity is not, it's not actually a covenant. It's not only a covenant item. Down so far. I'm trying to think, because there's... Way of White doesn't have anything. Sunbros have the sunlight metals, which assisting people is great. I might do some of it. But ultimately, I have moss in the video, but it's still rather not. That's my humanity count. 25. Invaded. That's okay. I don't care if I get hollowed out. Which I'm going to. Well, that was pretty shitty etiquette. That person really just wanted to murder me. They didn't want to have a duel. So it goes. We do not need to be in human form for any reason. Just need to make sure I get the souls and the held humanity back. It'll be fine. $24, $23. Wow. I got invaded by somebody who ganked me while I was dealing with the rats. They didn't want to duel, they just wanted to murder someone. Oh, it's all good. Got my souls, got my... So 6, I need 22 more. 11 more Titanite and still 6 more Eyes of Death. I forgot about there is one more slime I should be killing, so I only use one lightning spear on anything besides slimes. There are 2 others I can like. Actually, now that I think more about it, it's not really worth going after them because they're genuinely dangerous. The ones that start out already on the ground are pretty safe, as are just because there's so many to deal with. Same is true of the 6 outside the tunnel, as long as you're coming from the bonfire. Remember that sprint maneuver doesn't work at all. Try it out. Doesn't matter if we lose a rat down in the village, we'll find them in their farming passes as soon as next. Could I give them a bounty? No, because I do not have the indictment. I could indict them if I had purchased the indictment from Oscar. I might buy his other 2 unique items. I have to buy Karmic Justice at some point. Whenever I go to do that, I may go ahead and buy his other 2 unique online play items. We'll see about that. That's a green shard. Okay, we're gonna need a bunch of those too. We don't need them right away, and these guys are not the best place to farm for those. That would be the giant leeches in Blighttown. But it's our first green shard, so let's look at it. Titanite shard for weapon reinforcement. Green Titanite imbued with a special power. Reinforces magic, divine, and fire weapons to +5. Titanite shards are fragments of the legendary slabs. Titanite is etched into weapons to reinforce. Come on, you. What's it gonna be? How do you like them apples, Gilmore? It's a legendary avalanche call. Wouldn't expect any of you to have any context for that shit I just said. Don't worry about it. Okay, here we go. Let's see now. Basilisk time. They usually have the decency to pop out of the wall after they get inside of it. People just get rocked in the depths. I'll tell you what, at least he didn't gank me in the Basilisk zone. That's the real dick move. And a lot of, like, back when griefing in this game was really big, a lot of people would actually, like, invade you in the depths and try to get you cursed. Which is just such a dick thing to do. Hey, our second Eye of Death. Alright, we need 5 more now. Curse statues have updated. No, that's an online feature, Lone Wonder. The statues only appear if someone, if some other player who's online gets cursed in that spot during your session. Pretty wild to think it has been happening that often. How are they so oblivious to me so much of the time? Something is weird tonight. Just about, like, enemy aggro range. I feel like I'm doing a Thief Ring playthrough of Demon's Souls, but I haven't spec'd toward that in any way. Can in Dark Souls. Yeah, well, you can. The Ring of Fog. But I don't have a Ring of Fog, so... What is the deal? Alright, well... Actually, I changed my mind. I don't want to add the other 2 ceiling slimes to the run. They're too risky. One lands on my head, it'll kill me. Not to mention getting them down is unreliable, whereas you just do this little sprint. It's safe every time. You'll get all 6 of them down every time. Let's do this. Line up. Roll towards it. Nothing from them on that iteration. So it goes. Took a few hits, gear got a little damaged, but that's alright. Oh my goodness, Rory! Welcome, 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 Rory and friends. Sorry I'm not on camera tonight, but it is so good to see you, Rory Morgan. Welcome back. Pleasure as always. Everyone who was here, you should absolutely know the deal with Rory by now, but I'm going to give the spiel anyway, because it's a ritual I enjoy. Rory and I think about video games in almost identical ways. We have very similar taste is similar. We really enjoy mechanically breaking things, getting to understand the games that we love really well, games with a whole lot of depth. I think we both do the thing where we fixate on particular games and do multiple playthroughs and really master them, as opposed to moving quickly through a wide variety. Like the same kind of things, play a lot of... Rory has recently joined the community of horror gamers, which I always appreciate. He's also a really good RPG gamer, and if you're not following him, it's a giant mistake. His streams are always very high quality. He's a really talented content creator, and you should get involved over there. So, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. It is good to have you. How was your stream? How is your new rig? How is Starfield, in your opinion? Get up here. One of you. Fine. You get the spear. You get stabby. Y'all have caught me in a farming loop. I have never platinumed Dark Souls before, so last night was the first installment of what I intend to be a 0-2 platinum Dark Souls run. That is what you have wandered into the middle of. Right now I am farming 3 specific resources, all of which I ultimately need for achievements. I've got, between these 2 items, I have 11 humanity right now. I need 19 more for the Chaos Servant Covenant. I've got 2 Eyes of Death. I need 5 more for the Gravelord Servant Covenant. I can find the other 3 in a chest in the Catacombs. And I need 11 more large Titanite shards. Those are for weapon upgrades, specifically to get the Uchigatana plus 10 as soon as possible. So that's what we're doing. It's a little bit monotonous, but it's a really good, efficient route. It's about as good as it can be. It'll go as fast as it can. This is a tough platinum. There's really not a great way to do it other than just executing on these grinds. It just is what it is. So. Really? Well, Karis, thank you so much for doing both those shout-outs. I appreciate it. Alright, you. Oh, shit. I've seen that before. What was that? Did I just, like, land it next to him and get him with a chunk of splash damage? Just kind of what it looked like. Drop. Oh, balls. It's a recharge. Let's get this rat before he gets into that tunnel. Let's make it a little bit easier. You two. You next. The other thing I don't love about the slimes is you have to wait. They've got that ultra long death animation, and you have to let it. You have to wait it out all the way to the end before you can see if you got a drop or not. It's all right. No, that's not a spoiler at all. I've got some time in Starfield at this point. It's not a game I'm gonna broadcast playing. I like it. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough engagement with its systems to talk a lot about it yet. It doesn't have the Bethesda magic for me yet. I don't get the feeling I got from, you know, the Elder Scrolls or from Fallout 3. But I don't have enough time in yet for that to be my final verdict. And what I have actually heard about Starfield is that it's kind of the opposite of a lot of Bethesda games in that it gets better and more compelling the farther in you get. So I have some hope on that front. And it's not not bad either. I don't not like it. It's just not as great as I wanted it to be so far. Alright, gentlemen. No lies of death. Ooh, there's one. Outstanding. And another one. Hot damn. Just getting lucky all of a sudden, I guess. Come here, bro. Good lord. 3-in-1 run is bonkers lucky. Alright, Rory, well, thank you for steering your raid here. It was always a pleasure to see you, my friend. I'm glad you had a good stream tonight, and thank you for the work. Okay, so that was an incredibly good run of that loop. Three Eyes of Death in a single loop of this farm run is pretty incredible. Like, that was awesome. Alright, just 2 more Eyes of Death, and then the loop will shrink considerably. As the game deigns to gift us with those. Get ganked, fam. That's bad news. Last hope. It's alright, the 3 Eyes of Death made that amazing loop. Wow. And, alright, hold here for just a minute. Yeah, in a way, that invader did us a favor, because now I don't have to worry about getting invaded again. Just keep chilling in hollow mode. Means I don't have to worry about quitting the title every time I want to take a small break to take a bite of dinner or something. Not gonna lie, it's pretty nice. The main question for me is just how long the farming is going to take. Gaping Dragon is an easy enough boss, but I'm not saying I'm not going to die, because as we all know, in this game, all it really ever takes is a single mistake to die. But I'm not worried about being too tired to win a fight with the Gaping Dragon, so I am worried that the farm is going to take long enough. I guess we'll just see how we do. But actually, though we're pretty well ahead of what I have aspired to accomplish tonight. Like, what I really wanted to make sure we got done this stream was the entire Return to the Undead Asylum. And we got that done splendidly. quite a bit. I expected to struggle significantly longer with the straight even than I actually did, which is nice. So we're ahead of my planned schedule at the moment, which is nice. So. Third stream. Now I'm adjusting my lenses. If I can actually finish the depths tonight, the next stream will start at night down. That would be awesome speed. Tara makes an excellent point. Wow. Tara, amazing. How are you tonight, Tara? Pretty late for you, isn't it? But I guess it's a Saturday. That shit again. That must be what happens, like, if I hit the spear right next to it. And it does the, and it gets, like, pegged with splash damage. We're in the direct hits, thank you. What's my humanity count at this point? 12. I need 18 more humanity. Plenty more large titanite shards. Only 2 more Eyes of Death, which are by far the rarest. So. Tara, that's awful. Sounds like you are not having a good night, my dear. I hope we can make it a little better. I hope you like my voice over Dark Souls farming. I guess you must like it a little or you wouldn't be here. Raining Eyes of Death. We only need 1 more. Incredible. Alright. Oh boy. Well, I mean, you got 2 choices with NyQuil. If you want to do a fake Mormon high, like the college kids at BYU do this, my ex-wife told me about this because she did a year or 2 at BYU before she dropped out of college. BYU, I should say. She didn't like the Mormon thing that much. But they would, you know, if you if you take a heavy dose of NyQuil and then you power through falling asleep, you get pretty spectacularly high in a really ridiculous way. And cold medicine is not against the Brigham Young University honor. Oh shit, see? I told you! That fucking flail attack, man. They land one. I got really lucky because he missed 2 of the hits. I mean, it wouldn't matter if I died. Bonfires literally in the other end of this hole. It would have been embarrassing. See, I forgot to heed my own warning for a minute there. I didn't respect the torch holiday. Nearly reminded me of these business. Or, you take the NyQuil and you pass out on the appropriate timetable. That's a pretty amazing, usually a pretty amazing sleep, too, so. Oh, I love that it's Saturday. I'm just taking a couple bites of dinner. Alright, once more into the breach. We only need one more Eye of Death, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, anyway, she told me that the Mormon kids at BYU do that shit all the time. Which is hilarious. It's also proof you can't make college kids not act like college kids. Even if you are Mormons. Boom! Nice. 17, 16. Wait, is that good? Yes. Oh, look, somebody actually recovered from a clipping error. That almost never happens. It's actually faster. I bet it's faster if after that rat, I drop down here. Keep the fall damage and just handle these guys. And come out from the bottom. All but guaranteed that's faster. Look at it. Saw the last Eye of Death. That's it for down here. Pretty awesome. I really didn't expect it to go that fast. That was like miraculously fast for all those Eye of Death farm. Snap an extra. avoid the stun from the fall. That's interesting. Regardless, this is our last time down here. Our farming route is about to shrink tremendously. We're done with the Eyes of Death. Obviously, we need to climb back out of here. One last time, but... Get back here, you little bitch. Alright. Getting there. How weird. I can't get that step down to not screw up the attack. You've never seen a Dark Souls speedrun? I don't, I'm not big on watching speedruns most of the time either, but I would be interested in, I don't like glitch. I don't generally like the use of glitches. I'm interested in 100% glitchless speedruns. I've watched some of those. And of course, that depends on your definition of 100%. Like, there's official rules on like for the Soul speedrunning community, like for each category of speedrun. I think a 100% speedrun, like, and people have speedrun the achievements too. That's a thing people have done. I think the record for a platinum is I think the speedrun record for a 0 to platinum is something like 10 hours. But for the game itself, a 100% is like, you kill every enemy at least once, you pick up every item, do every NPC quest line, fight every boss, kindle every bonfire to max. I think that's generally what the criteria are. I don't think you have to buy all the spells and everything like that unless you are actually doing achievements, but I don't actually know. And it's a narrow category of speedruns that interests me. I mean, I think it's pretty cool that people are able to find and replicate these hyper-specific glitches in games like this, but it's not as interesting to me as the skill level in quickly completing the game, but completing it in the intended fashion. Okay, so, somebody's using Hobble's armor. And the Black Knight Halberd. That's a boys build right there, boys. And ladies. Okay, so with the Eyes of Death done, we shrink our farm route to just these 5 rats. Charge back up this tunnel. We do the slimes for the Titanite, and that's it. I gotta walk that back a little bit though. There is one game I got really into speedrunning when I was younger, Super Metroid, and it wasn't even, this was pre-YouTube. Like, people didn't really have a way ways to record and upload their speed runs. Like, you kind of just had to take people's word for it in terms of documentation. But when I was an undergrad, I don't know what it is now. I'm sure it's on video. I should actually look it up. I'm curious about it now. I remember that when I was paying attention, the alleged record for a 100% no-glitch speedrun of Super Metroid was 1 hour and 17 minutes. The best I ever did was 1 hour and 23. Green Titanite shards. They made drops, but they were the wrong ones. That's alright. So at this point, we really shouldn't be blocking attacks, so I'm just gonna keep my Uchi two-handed. I prefer its two-handed moveset most of the time. One-shot them anyway, but swings a little cleaner. Alright. For it. It's a miracle. You know, other M, that was a... It's a weird entry in the series for me, because I'm a Metroid super fan. I've played and 100%ed every Metroid game, including Dread. And including Other M. I didn't hate Other M as much as a lot of the fandom did, just because I thought it was a very solidly put together game. The mechanics were fun, the level design was fun. Did I never kindle this bonfire? I guess I never kindled this bonfire. That was stupid of me. Do it yet. There's always a chance one of these hollows will give me another hell of humanity anyway. I'll do it before the gaping dragon fight, because oh shit. God, there really needs to be a way to cancel the animation in the first few seconds if you didn't actually want to use a spell. So I'll make sure to remember to kindle the bonfire when I'm ready to go fight the boss. This is going to be a while, because even after we're done farming, we're going to leave the depths and go do some significant character upgrading with the souls and the Titanite shards. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway, as I was saying, I found Other M to be a very solid and enjoyable game when you were playing it. I thought the level design was good, I thought the combat was good, I thought the boss fights were fun, I thought the enemy design was good. All those mechanical cores of the game, they were great. I have no complaints about Other M on that front. I didn't even entirely hate the storyline, like the hints of evil inside the Galactic Federation that are, and then when Dread came out, there were a few more of those hints, so wonder what's going on. But where all it's actually going to go. But what people are absolutely right about, and it's like pretty unforgivable, is just like it was a mistake, in my opinion, to give Samus a voiceover, but that wasn't doomed to be a failure. Like that could have been better. But the way they wrote Samus and the way they did her characterization for that game, it was a betrayal. It really was. The submissiveness and the panic and the inability to deal with fucking Ridley, who she's killed like 15 different times by that point. Like, it was just so stupid. It's so undermined everything that's been awesome about her in every other game, literally every other game she's ever made. I think that's what really pissed a lot of people off, because for the set of folks who are Metroid super fans like myself, you know, Nintendo's got this roster of really great IPs. Like, they've got Link, and they've got Zelda, and they've got Pikachu, and they've got Mario, the biggest of all. But my favorite Nintendo character by far is Samus. And I think most people who are Chad Metroid enjoyers like myself would say the same thing. So fucking with her character, it was unforgivable what Team Ninja did to Samus in that game. Even though the rest of it was honestly pretty solid as far as I'm concerned. There's another humanity. 15. Still haven't found another large Titanite. So the numbers now are 15 humanity and 9 large Titanite shards, and it is 9:05 p.m. Actually, I don't feel horribly sleepy yet, so we'll keep going for it. Let's see what we can get. At this point, I do not think we're going to do the Gaping Dragons tonight. It's already a little late for that, but that's okay. Depending on how fast it decides to bless me with the Titanite I need, we might be able to finish the farming and do the upgrades tonight. We shall see how we do. Hallucinating it. Somehow or other, the two-handed swing definitely has better range. There's 14 humanity. Since kind of settled into a rhythm at this point. I mean, I can't get careless, but it's actually a pretty safe at this point, as long as I respect the torch laws. How was everyone's Saturday? Do you have any exciting plans tomorrow? Or a second for the back half of the weekend? once you get the Lord Vessel and you unlock bonfire warping, you're able to warp to the depths bonfire. At that point, like, anytime you need humanity for any reason, come back here and farm these guys. You can get yourself a symbol of avarice, that's even better, even faster. Vastly more aggressive than they usually are on this run. Not sure what that's about, but okay. Who's everyone? Your family? Your friends? That's pretty cool, Karis. I like, I think it's neat to be handy with something mechanical. Closest I come is just being able to build a PC. Got a dash attack on these guys. See, it's not the way to go. It's a little too pinpoint precise. Oh, we got poison. Alright. Came prepared. The final boss, I bet. Oh, hey, bonus health humanity. Well, at this point I will go ahead and solve and kill the flame. Just for the lulz, because if I do get invaded, it really doesn't matter. I will definitely be able to retrieve my souls and humanity. If I don't, I'm already good to go. To at least try to get a settlement medal out of the Gaping Dragon fight. That sounds delicious. Alright, you guys, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to feel the tired hit, so we're gonna do this a few more times, but given how given how bad our luck seems to be with the large titanite, in contrast to how lucky we got with the Eyes of Death. I mean, that's okay. I'm already farther than I expected to be tonight, and I'm gonna stream again tomorrow. What I really want is to be all done with Blighttown, ready to head to Sense Fortress by the end of the weekend, by the end of tomorrow's stream, however far that takes me. On the other hand, this is so straightforward. That's the issue. Finally, a drop. I promise you it's going to be another green shard. I don't reject it. We need those eventually, but 2 green shards, just of course. We're getting very not lucky with the slimes, which is pretty wild. Spiffing Grit just could do a, Skyrim challenge run? Or is that someone else? You. Spell his name. I'll fuck you up every time. Yeah, 100 days to beat Skyrim and survival mode with some other stuff. I thought about watching it, I haven't looked at it yet. Get good, Scrub. Now, there is something I want to ask all of you. In chat. All 6 of you. Have you seen the Souls Logic Supercut by Viva Local League on YouTube? If you have not, we might just end the stream by wandering over there and looking at that. It's hilarious. It's so good. Alright, well, I'll pick a stopping point soonish. Get in range. We may end the stream on a high note by looking at that and laughing. And then, like I said, I'm planning my goal for this run by the end of the weekend is the depth is clear. All we need to do is, well, I guess there's still a couple of items to pick up. The depth is clear. We just need to finish farming, get our upgrades on deck. If I can end tomorrow with Blighttown completely clear, I'll think we're in a real good spot to finish this run on the timetable I want to finish it on. Okay, awesome. Let me do another loop or two. Once the sleepy starts to come, it comes on you fast. This 38-year-old body. My brain still sometimes thinks we're gonna do like a genuinely late night stream. But I still occasionally have it. I think, last October, when I did Silent Hill 2 all in one sitting, I started to finish it. Those are the exception now. They are hard on me. That is exactly right. It's the opposite. It's we're the first. We millennials. We're the first like real generation of gamers who are aging. And so it's like, we're the first ones who just have this experience of like, I would, tomorrow is Sunday, I have nothing I need to do. I would love to just like keep streaming till 3 o'clock in the morning, or do what I did several years ago, like stream until breakfast, and do Tomb Raider reboot in one sitting. That was a fun stream. I remember that one. That was a good time too. But I can't actually do it anymore. Like my brain gets too foggy. I can't even execute playing a video game anymore. I get too sleepy. Like to the point where I'm actively suffering. These things did not used to happen to me. The video I want to watch is about 20 minutes long. Finally! 8 more large Titanites. So unless our luck just suddenly and dramatically changes, I'm probably gonna keep farming till about 9:30. Then we'll watch that video, then we'll end the stream. So we did finally get another large Titanite. It's only the second one that has dropped, but right, I need 10 of those now. Yes, exactly. It's just not worth it. I'd rather go to bed, get up earlier in the morning. Like my body wants to run things now. I couldn't really fight it even if I wanted to. I love that two-handed heavy attack chop animation. It's so satisfying. Another large Titanite. Who knows, maybe we're going to open floodgates here too. We need 9 more now. Well, I mean, I don't think it is necessarily physically unhealthy to be a night owl. It's unhealthy to not sleep. But like if you're going to bed a little before sunrise, but you're still getting your 8 hours, like physically that's fine. It obviously kind of mismatches your clock with what society wants you to be doing, but it's physically fine. Yeah, well, and I've kind of made myself a promise for tomorrow. Like, I lost a lot of time today, just like doom scrolling the news. I've decided I'm just gonna not look at any of that tomorrow. So, I'm anticipating that I'll be much closer to an all-day stream tomorrow. Actually start earlier than time. Also, I wonder, now I'm pretty sure that's when you sleep. at least suddenly the game is at least proving that they can in fact drop. I mean, I obviously knew they could, but not gonna lie, I was beginning to have my doubts there. Yeah, I mean, I could. The giant leeches in Blighttown, they've got better drop rates for large titanite than these slimes do, but I really want the Uchigatana plus 10, like, as soon as I can have it. It just makes everything. It's like we're gonna be rolling with fairly low vitality, at least for a lot of the early going, and so having all of the gear upgrades we can have is really, really important to pulling that off. And I'm starting to develop perfect muscle memory for this too. Switch to the shield. Two-hand the Uchi. Kill the relics. Switch to one hand. Kill the torch hollow. Switch to the talisman. Lightning spear the slimes. And repeat. Oh, well, I wouldn't exactly call it a glass cannon. It's more like rather than having a big health bar, it's people underestimate how good armor upgrades can be in this game. But if you raise your defenses, you're getting more bang for your buck out of every hit point you do have. And then once that foundation is in place, you start raising vitality later. Each one of those hit points is worth so much more in terms of actual damage mitigation or in terms of actual buffer before you die. You know what I mean? It's just we're a lot more focused on gear upgrades and on spending our souls as efficiently as possible to buy everything we need to platinum this game with the minimum amount of farming and grinding. Like I keep saying, that minimum is still unfortunately a pretty substantial amount. It's the way they designed this platinum. It is what it is, and we'll do what we have to do. But we actually do have a use for all these souls. We're going to get a plus 10 weapon, and we're going to start, you eventually need, I think, 135,000 souls to fully upgrade the Pyromancy Flame, and that is, of course, something that we will ultimately need to do. So and the route we're following from, I mentioned this in the first game, I'm making sure to capture all the mods, but then I'll mention it again. I'm following a route that was published by a YouTuber named CylinderofLeaves, this route is it's really, really good at creating symmetries. Where, okay, when we get to the end of a giant farming loop like this, that is an excellent time to go ahead and go spend, you know, almost 6 digits worth of souls with Laurentius. Go ahead and get the Pyromancy Flame fully upgraded with all the souls you find during that farming loop, because why not, right? Oh my god. Max level in this, I think. Have you guys seen that, the challenge run? Like, how fast can you get to max level? In the very starting, before fighting the Asylum demon. And I saw a challenge run that was about using those, what is it, is it 7? I want to say the number was 7 hollows in the Asylum, between you and the Asylum demon. Like, somebody did a run and put in the time, and they got a Dark Souls character to max level before the Asylum made the fight. And the log grind wasn't bad. Let's see, there was an achievement grind in Girls Like Robots where I literally left the stream on while I slept, because it just had to run. There was, of course, the infamous 12-hour crack stuff video in the very first Sleep playthrough, waiting for the Hammerites to walk across the room so we could get those last 2 pieces of loot. You know the Dark Souls videos I have been watching lately, and they are an absolute fucking blast. There's a Souls YouTuber, and like anyone who does like any level of Souls content consumption has probably heard of this guy. His name is Zero Lenny. He's a Scottish guy who he just had these really, really big. He's a fantastic Souls player. Like, he's done Broken Sword runs of Broken Sword, all boss runs of all the Souls games. He's done the thing where he really just like tripled his average viewers and held on to them and really grew his channel was over the last year he went back to he did Demon Souls and the original and the entire Dark Souls trilogy, but he followed the IGN guides that released along with the games on day one. You know, the IGN staff wrote to go out on release day based on their pre-release copies. He decided to use those day one IGN strategies and stream the entire playthrough. And he held himself to doing exactly what the guide said, no matter how stupid it was or how wrong it was. It was wild. Like, some of that stuff is hilarious. Like, I haven't watched Dark Souls 3 yet because I haven't played Dark Souls 3. But I watched Demons, Dark Souls 1 and 2, and sure enough, you guessed it, in Dark Souls 1, the IGN guide has you level resistance, and in Dark Souls 2, it says, we can't figure out what adaptability does, so it's probably a useless stat, don't level it. Just the most painfully wrong basics about the games. But he got through the run. You know, he managed to get to the end of each game with those IGN strats. And what's weird is, like, then suddenly some of them were really cool. And then some of them actually rely on glitches. Like, the IGN guide for Dark Souls 1, it has you use the Tranquil Walk of Death glitch to beat Ornstein Smoke. Like, that's the IGN guy's strategy, is the Tranquil Walk of Death glitch. Alright, I am going to call this the last one. We're going to switch gears a little bit and have a laugh before we end the stream. But don't level adaptability. So if you guys are as hooked on Souls content as I am lately, unlikely. But if you are, you should, I highly recommend Zero Lenny. Those IGN guide streams, just some of the most fun-looking, hysterical streams I've ever seen. Alright, that is going to do it for the game for tonight. But before we go, since we're all Dark Soulsing lately, let me show you this. Let me bless you with this little bit of awesomeness. Their whole channel is fantastic. Like, all of the videos that they do are great, but these are particularly funny. So let's go Viva La Dirt League Souls Logic Supercut. That's the one we want. Here it is. Full screen. Skip the ad as soon as we can. I can't recommend their channel enough, and this particular video is one of my favorite things on the internet since.
Time for caution. Ambush ahead.
That was a fine note.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
How long until that?
That son of a... Right. That was a foul note.
Wait, why'd you write my message foul, man? You take that back.
No, it was a foul note. You told me to jump off a cliff, and I did like an idiot, and I fell to my death.
Wait a minute, you died?
Of course I did. You told me to jump off a cliff.
Okay, man, no, look, seriously, there is treasure down there, I swear.
Where?
Okay, what you've got to do is walk right up to the edge, take a little step off, and just boop, straight down.
Bullshit.
Man, have I led you astray thus far?
No. Really? Because I can't see any ledge down there.
Man, trust me.
Fine. I'll try it once more.
Are you considering selling your home in
ads.
northern
Sorry.
Colorado, but want
YouTube.
to know the perfect...
Rage is so good too. Come on. It's ads. See, the little details that are just so real if you've played the games, like that one time and it's because you lasted a little longer and you did a little better, but now, and I hope everyone gets a good night's sleep, and I hope to see everyone tomorrow morning. Take care. Good night.